Good evening, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council Clerk will take roll call, please.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani,
Councilman Ron Quagliani, Council at Large, present.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky, First District, present.
Councilwoman Melly Gartway,
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite, Second District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Acrobali,
Councilwoman Sarah Aquarelli, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Mitchell Galagnano is absent. Councilwoman Robin Hamilton,
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Shanae McGee, absent. Councilman Robert Bruno,
Councilman Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
I'm sorry, and Councilman Victor Boris, I skipped right over you, honey, sorry.
Councilman Victor Boris, present. 8th District.
And Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
and Chairman Peter Mazzaro.
Chairman Peter Massaro, 6th District, also Councilman and President.
We have a quorum.
All right, we're going to have a public session on public lands at 6:40 for 20 Helm Street. I'll turn it over to Councilman Gary Donovan.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on the discussion of the sale, lease, or transfer of 20 Helm Street? Please come up and state your name and address.
Good evening. Jeffrey Layden. I am president of Layden Industries, and we own the land at 239 and 245 Front Avenue. We would just like to be considered as part of the bidders for the sale of the land, and just came here to let you know that we're interested in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to discuss this? For a second time, is there anyone from the public? For a third time, is there anyone from the public? Seeing none, public session on this matter is closed.
We have another Public Lands Committee for the public. It's going to be at 6:50. We got a few minutes. 6:50, Public Session Land Committee, public hearing on the former 66 Tetlos Street.
Thank you, Chairman Massaro. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on the discussion of the sale of 66 Tetlow Street, the former Blake Building? For a second time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? For a third and final time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? Seeing none, public session is closed at 6:51.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Here. Take a little recess.
Good job here.
Good evening, everybody. Before we go into public session, I would like to take a moment of silence for Marie Tony Payne, who passed away on January 30th of this year. She's the wife of the late Captain Mark Payne of the West Haven Fire Department, a longtime resident of West Haven. Tony was also involved in many, many things through her life: PTA volunteer, hockey mom, an assistant softball coach. She also managed the West Haven Municipal Credit Union, and she served on the Board of Education for 12 years in various capacities, and was a treasurer of the West Haven Democratic Town Committee. And she was also a great cook. So I would like to take a few minutes, a moment of silence. Thank you. Also, we want to take a moment of silence for Mr. Johnny Z., who just passed away, and Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor will explain.
Johnny Z was a lifelong Westie. He was captain of the football team. He went to UNH, so he didn't have to leave West Haven. He owned Z's Corner Cafe for over 25 years, and there was never a fundraiser for anything in West Haven that he said no to. He has catered more funerals and wakes and parties and fundraisers than anyone else. I just came from his wake. Half of West Haven is still there, so please keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. We'll begin public session. Come up to the podium, please speak loudly, because we have the new tape we're trying. Also, please be respectful, and please state your name and address when you come up to the podium. At this time, does anybody want to come up to the podium and speak? State your name and address.
My name is Lucas Gabriel from 40 Martin Street. I have a question. I hope the government doesn't shut down on March 11th, because I've been hearing that from CBS and stuff. How will the town be able to prevent this on March 11th next month?
Thank you.
Oh, you hear me? No.
Anybody else would like to come up to the podium and speak?
Sorry about that.
I have the same problem. I did not grow any taller.
That's okay.
Here I am. First observation,
Excuse me.
you can hardly hear from over there. And the
Your name and address,
podium,
please, ma'am.
you could hear me?
Or the other one.
No, but I mean, in general, you cannot hear from over there. The podium should be so that the people could see the person speaking also. So,
Excuse me, could we have your name and address, please? Your name and address, please?
my name is Herminia Gaeta, and I live at 58 West Walk, West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you.
I'd like to, if this could be passed around, these are the papers, 4 years ago, so let me read this. Okay. 4 years ago, I attended the city council meeting to bring to your attention the need to relocate the senior center on Noble Street. It is not the proper access for the senior citizens because it's located on the 3rd floor. So try to climb 3, 4 flights of steps. I also had several personal meetings with our mayor, newly elected mayor, Nancy Rossi. To our personal research that you see the papers that's what we presented to Mayor Ross 4 years ago when she just became mayor. Our personal research indicated that senior citizens represent at least 30% of the West Haven population, and therefore it was important to relocate to a more accessible building, which would eliminate the need for the seniors to walk up 4 flights of stairs, and the use of the elevator. So you see the papers in front of you, that is from our research that we did. Mayor Ross stated that the city, in our meeting, I had a few personal meetings with the mayor at the time. Town meeting, the personal one-on-one appointment, and she said, her answer was that the city of West Haven was broke. No surprise. It's still broke. And no money was available to meet the request. So you got the research. Well, today, the situation is very different. Due to ARPA funding by the federal government, $29 million are now available for spending for the improvement of the city, of the citizens. Also, special grants are available from the state and federal government for specific senior citizen centers that nobody seems to know. So the money are available. I have, that I presented from 4 years ago, all the petitions. I have 24 pages of signature of the citizens of West Haven. You could see, I'm not giving the signature to you because of all those telephone numbers and address that are there. Believe me, I went door to door to get the signature. And even now, I don't have the new one that we're looking for right now. So, should there be, anyway, because the building, the senior citizens is on the 3rd floor, should there be an emergency at the present location, such as a fire or a hurricane, power failure, etc., and all the emergency, what's going to happen with the seniors that are on the 3rd floor? The elevator doesn't work. We know that. Every time there's something, don't use the elevator, don't use the elevator. So how, they said that the firemen come. Are the firemen taking one by one the people that have a wheelchair or walker or cane? The steps, the stairwell, it's going to be blocked, overflowing with people. And also, I did not have, I went to the senior center. I used to go to the senior center. I like the senior center, to get the use of the senior center. It's very important. If you know why you think I think that it's important, I am state certified therapeutic recreation director. I was. Now I'm old. My associate degree is in gerontology. Therefore, I understand. I worked as a director. I understand the accessibility is very important. So that's what I'm over here tonight to ask your support because I know that you are the only one that has the approval on how the money is gonna be spent. So please, make the senior citizen center a beautiful place for people to go to. Be proud of yourself that you do this for the citizens of New Haven, of West Haven, not New Haven. I have another idea. There are so many services that are supposed to be in the city of West Haven, but nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows where to refer when we move into the city. Nobody knows where to go for help, to information. The library from Allentown are going to look for a new place. They're promised, they're contracted that they should. Why don't we make a big center that you could accommodate? The senior citizen center, the library, an information center, an activity for other not senior, but they could use some point of service. I thank you for allowing me to speak. I hope that we obtain what we have been working for.
It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very good idea.
Anybody else would like to speak? Representative Ford?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Dorinda Boer, 821 Main Street. I'm here to touch on two topics tonight. One is the state funding for the playgrounds for the city. And for those of you who are new, what that is back in July, we were able to secure $450,000 for 3 playgrounds for the city, 2 schools and neighborhood Glade Street. And the item was supposed to be on your agenda tonight, but I guess there was some confusion, and it did not go on the agenda. So, but I'm going to talk about it anyway, so that in 2 weeks, hopefully when it does make it to the agenda, you're already, up to speed. But basically, the state needs the council to pass a resolution because the resolution is needed for the state and the city to enter into a contract so that the city can enter into a contract with the builders. So I've been working with Ken Carney, the PTA, the Housing Authority, where the playground is going at Glade Street. But the state needs that resolution passed. And it's been a couple of months now, and it's not making the agenda. So now that I've planted the seed, maybe you could help make the agenda. But just want to let you know, if you have any questions when it comes to that point in time, that I'm happy to answer any of those questions, but it should sail through. The second issue that I want to talk about is the Haven. And for those of you who are new, again, I just want to give maybe a historical perspective as to what we've been able to do from a state delegation role on the project to date. So I would say about 4 years ago, the developer had come to the city and said that they needed funding for Elm Street, to widen Elm Street and to redesign the traffic, potentially purchase some buildings, the landscape, the traffic design. And the $5 million was really supposed to support and complement the project. So we were able to secure that $5 million. Then the developer came to the city and said they wanted to use some of that $5 million to take the buildings down. And there was a lot of discussion between the city and the state, the attorneys. I see Attorney Tiernan is here, to determine whether that was an allowable use for the funding. And after many discussions and legal involvement, it was determined that, yes, you could use some of that $5 million to take those buildings down. So a good portion of that work that has been done down there has been a result of state funding. And we wanted to help move the project along. We wanted the developers to be able to demonstrate to their investors that the project was moving along. Then the developer came to us, and the city came to us and said we needed to move the permits and we needed to move all the contracting through. And we worked to do that at an aggressive pace because it's complicated, sometimes a complex system. Then the developer came to the city and said that they needed us to pass legislation so that they can become their own taxing district, their own government entity. And they said they needed that because the prices for building were escalating, And if you're your own government agency, you can borrow, you could bond at a less expensive rate, right? So it's a lot cheaper to build and borrow rather than do it at a private and corporate rate. So they asked us to do that, and that was, I will say that was a very, very difficult process. I think sometimes we make it look easy when we come back and say we passed this bill or we got this funding. I think Representative Ferraro, we talked again today about it. It was not an easy task to get the state to do that and to get all our colleagues to pass that legislation. But we did it together. The mayor sent a letter to the delegation to ask us to do that. She had sent a letter to the council asking you to pass a resolution to ask us to do that. And the city attorney asked us to do that. So we did. The next step was for you to have an interlocal agreement in front of you. And what that is between you and the developer, and it's really, we put that in the legislation as a safeguard, and it's your stamp on their process to move forward, just as, you know, to keep them, to make sure all the funding was appropriate, right? We didn't want them to do this bonding and us somehow get stuck. So we built that into the legislation along with other safeguards to make sure there was no opportunity for them to change the project and that they still had to follow all of our local ordinances and rules, and they still had to go before our planning and zoning if they wanted to make a move. We passed that legislation June 8th. July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. It's been 8 months. You do not have an interlocal agreement in front of you, and the developer has not come in front of you. So a couple of points. I want to first of all make sure it's very, very clear that there is nothing pending right now at the state for this project. Because sometimes I hear updates and I hear we're waiting on the state for this or we're waiting on the state for this. There's nothing pending at the state. There's no paperwork pending, there's no funding pending, there's no legislation pending. We did everything we could up to June 8th. Everything is pending between the developer and the city right now. And also to say that it's very difficult for us to make any other movements on the Haven until we see action. So the city and the developer cannot come back to the state delegation and ask us to take more steps to move this project forward until we see concrete action. And that's action either by the developer or by the city. And what I mean by that is, you know, a group of residents had come to me and asked me to come forward and talk about and ask what steps have been taken recently, because a resident came to the city council back in October, I think it was, and asked for updates and a status on the Haven. And she was told in the council meeting, not by the council, I'm not sure who told her, but somebody told the residents that if there was no interlocal agreement in front of the council in 2 weeks, that aggressive, proactive steps were going to be taken against the developer. So I think that she and all the public have a right to know what are those aggressive steps at this point are being taken. Whether the interlocal agreement is in process right now, whether they're moving some things around down there, we still have to take those aggressive steps on a parallel track. So I'm hoping, I see on the agenda tonight that there's going to be an update for the Haven. I see that there's an update for all of the projects. I look forward to hearing that. But I think we need to hear that there's some significant movement on the city's part to hold this developer's feet to the fire, because at the state level, there's nothing else that we can or will do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to come up and speak? Rfqs?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow residents of West Haven, my former colleagues, there were only a few of you left, but, good evening. David Riccio, 56 York Street, West Haven. I'd like to address 2 areas of concern this evening that has been widely publicized through media outlets in our grave concerns throughout the city, and that is ARPA funds and the reported misuse of an additional $180,000 of federal funding. First, ARPA. Under the precise definition and true purpose in accordance to the federal department whose issuance of such funds is derived, and through the Google definition, ARPA funds are earmarked for technical infrastructure purposes. To try to tweak the true intent or end run the legitimate purpose would be an immoral infringement upon all residents' best interests, whom each and every council person represents. In saying this, I do want to commend those on this council that has recognized the true purpose of the appropriation on the council floor or through conversation. So let's discuss areas of decline and need due to decades of neglect and lack of oversight that has led to these chronic infrastructure problems that are to this day hampering our neighborhoods and city. One, drainage. This is not a West Shore problem. This is not an Allentown problem. And this is not a center problem. This, my good friends of the City Council, is a major, major citywide problem. Please pardon me if I leave certain areas out, but let us scan the globe. I'm sort of using a term that Wild World of Sports use. Scan the globe of West Haven. Whether it's Jones Hill Road, Woodmont Road, Benham Hill Road area, or the Ocala, Miami, Daytona, that I refer to as our Florida-named area of the Fighting Fifth, that my good friend and former colleague represents, or the railroad trestle rivers of Campbell Avenue and Clark Street, Morgan Lane, and the Wood Street and Washington Avenue that my good friend Mitch represents. Or the Thomas Street in Morris Park area, Lake, that's in the 2nd District, are just a starting point of correcting a public nuisance. That is not only a neighborhood travel deterrent, but a costly one to residents that constantly get flooded yards and basements, destroying and ruining personal property and possessions. One needs to just scan the insurance claims of these poor residents to see how constant of a problem this has been for years and years. For those who already have penciled this problem to be addressed to the top of your concern list, I want to thank you, thank you, thank you. Sidewalks. Everyone in this council is inundated with this constituent problem, and the old and familiar response from the city that you're on the long list and that will be attended to when your street is next has grown tired as an excuse. Again, under the true intent of ARPA, addressing this problem would be appropriate. Streets and repair of damaged park structures, replacing or installing street lighting in hazardous regions and areas are all addressing the true intention and usage of such funding. Through group council discussion, I firmly feel that we can address these areas of priority. I ask them, both Republican and Democrat on this council, come together and reach the conclusion that these avenues will lead to a safer, sounder way of life to our city residents. In regards to the recent reported $180,000 of misappropriated federal funds, I'd like to bring it to the attention of the council that such funds, if you did not know, was originally earmarked for juvenile recreation activities. There are many on this council who have a record of lifelong and long-time volunteerism with our city's youth. And even the idea of duping our children in any matter should be a great concern of yours. Your mentorship in volunteerism is applauded, but now is the time to get to the true bottom of how this possibly happened and allowed. Keep in mind, this $180,000 is not, and I repeat, not part of the COVID money absconded, but of a federal grant. Therefore, a separate prosecutorial charge can't possibly be implied here. We need to ask the following questions as legislative leaders of our city. How was the alleged individual, able to get his hands on such funding when his job here at City Hall was simply City Council Secretary? Did these funds go to that newly formed LLC, and if so, why? Since that LLC was strictly formed for a specific direction of handling COVID funds, then that would have been inappropriate direction of that funding. What was the chain of command in this devious scheme? Was there more than the alleged individual responsible here? Who is responsible for signing these checks and issuance of checks? Who knew what and who did what? All legitimate questions needing precise, accurate answers leading to a justifiable response. 40 years ago, I had the honor and responsibility as a city councilman to sit on an ethics committee dealing with the misconduct of a high city official. The people of the city are entitled to such truth, and I suggest this may be the best way to dispose the doubt and get to the truth. If you feel the same as many do, the time is now for full transparency of this unfortunate happening. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to come up and speak?
Steve Green, 110 Jesse Drive. I don't have a script in front of me, but I do know I'm getting a little bit tired of going on the City Council's website and not seeing anything except email, email, email. What about phone numbers that used to be on there? You used to be able to get a hold of all the council people. Nowadays, you can't do it because everything is email, and that's it, and it should be changed. Somebody in this city hall should upgrade the that completely, because you really need to put your phone numbers on there. The only one I can get a hold of right now is my councilman in the 10th district, and that's it, because I don't know anybody else's phone number. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else would like to get up and speak? Yes, ma'am.
They are there, rather.
Chairman?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Starks, 81 Main Street, West Haven. I'm sorry that I missed the comments about the Haven previously, but I'm the person who wrote to the mayor asking for a response to my questions that I presented to this council several weeks ago. I got nothing. It was dodged, sent to the town attorney. I never got anything. It's disappointing to me that there's supposed to be transparency in this administration, and yet I get nothing. This is the Haven project that I'm complaining about, and it's been 8 years of nothing being done. I live there. I watch it every day. Right now, all they're doing is moving dirt, and I'm tired of all of this. I expect some action. I don't know when or how, but it needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else would like to get up and speak? Yes, Ms. Kuzminski.
Margaret A. Krizminski in the Allentown section of West Haven. With the money that we got from the federal government and the disturbing news that $636,000 disappeared by people in this building who thought about themselves and not about anybody else that lived in West Haven, what could have been done with that money? We had need
for certain things, like that woman spoke about the senior center. They needed an elevator. We needed stuff that had to be done in schools. Nope, they were very selfish. No oversight in this building to keep track of that money. Nobody was responsible. They gave it to the person, Michael DeMassa, who I knew. He put a good front up, let me tell you, to take that money. And I don't know, are we gonna get it back? Was it insured? Now we're gonna have a committee to deal with $29 million. A committee of people the mayor appointed. Nobody on this council was appointed. There are a lot of brilliant people on this council. Tomorrow night, I guess there's going to be a meeting here. The mayor's going to present to people. I'm sorry, but you know what? A lot of you people could have been on that committee. You're very good at what you do. I'm disappointed in the mayor, and she's losing my vote. No, she didn't win by much this past election. People are losing it. I'm very upset what's going on. I'm reading about it, and I'm paying attention to what's going on. I'm looking at this agenda. I see something about my end of town, Cellini Place. I use it a lot. I heard about the parking spaces on Cellini Place with the new development there, Hartford Healthcare. I heard there's going to be speed bumps put there. Yes, some people do travel fast through it, I know, because I see it. That's fine. But what if I want to stop there, park there, and go to Cellini Place and look at that green? Because my father's stone is there. It was put there by the Allentown volunteer firemen. Am I going to have a chance to park? Nobody owns the street. Nobody owns that street. You just can't give it away. But I guess the mayor says, UNH, you could have it, or the Hartford Healthcare. That's not right. And we had a meeting, 2 weeks ago with the city council, and that developer got to speak, and he was pretty upset with the city. I don't know what's going on here with the city. It seems like it's falling apart. There's certain people who are getting away with a lot of things. There's so much that could be done to West Haven, but we're falling apart at the seams. People are getting selfish. You're not thinking about the rest of us that live here. And I've lived all my life in West Haven through my parents and my grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krasinski, for your comments. Anybody else would like to get up to the podium and speak? For the second time, anybody else like to get up to the podium and speak? Third and final time, would anybody else like to get up and speak? Public session is closed. Before we get into regular meeting, we're going to have an executive session at the end of the meeting due to the two properties, and also the Lands Committee will be after executive session. Do I get a vote on that? Thank you. Bridget first, Gary seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Regular meeting, council is in session. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting for January 10th, 2022.
Motion.
Correction, Chairman.
Correction.
I would just like it to state on the third page, under Tax Deferral
It
Committee.
has to be brought into discussion. We got to bring it, vote.
Oh,
So
sorry.
motion.
We need a second, please.
You need a second one.
Second. Now we can.
Second. All right.
Just like the correction under tax deferral on the third page, that I was present at that meeting, Councilman Johnstone, as part of the Tax Deferral Committee.
Anything else? That's it?
I'm good.
All in favor with the change?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Carries. Approve the minutes for the regular meeting for January 24th, 2022.
Motion.
Bruno, second.
Second.
Colleen? Any changes? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstention? One abstention. Renee? Motion passes. Approval of the minutes of the special meeting of February 1st, 2022.
Motion.
Motion.
A second?
Second.
Sarah? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Aye. And I abstain.
Colleen and, what else? Motion passes. All right, the clerk will pass out the communications now at this time.
Okay, we have communication A from Councilman Gary Donovan regarding discussing, a discussion concerning the parking on Cellini Place, which is going to be assigned to the Streets and Squares Committee. Chairman Donovan. We have communication B from Joseph Perno, Chief of Police of the West Haven Police Department, in regards to the animal shelter donations, which is being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Bridget Hosky. We have communication C from Commissioner Tom McCarthy, Commissioner of Public Works Department, regarding street lighting on 215 Jaffrey Street so that the UI can install an addition of a 4-foot bracket with shield to prevent light pollution at 215 Jaffrey Street, which is being assigned to the Streets and Squares Committee, Chairman Donovan. We have communication D from Abdul Qadir, the city engineer, regarding Clean Water Fund loan for the Dawson Avenue area Contract 2 design and construction, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. We have before us communication E from the Office of Corporation Counsel in regards to the sale, lease, or transfer of 20 Helm Street, being assigned to the Public Lands Committee, Chairman Donovan. And we have before us communication F from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of February 2022, which is going to be filed with tonight's minutes. And that's all the communications we have this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Lacy. Okay, at this time, we'll do the streets and squares with Councilman Gary Donovan as chair.
Point of order, Chairman. Wilma Petro is here from the Finance Department to speak with us. Would it be okay if we brought her
All
up
right.
first so that?
You can do that. We'll go with the finance, we'll go with the finance committee.
Wilma Petro, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I can shut it off. So the time is now 7:40, and your Committee on Finance is now in session. Members, Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman Akrobarali, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilman Pagliani, and myself acting as chair. Wilma Petro is here to talk with us about, she presented at the MARV meeting last week, so she's just going to give us information she shared, and we're able to ask questions if we would like. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome.
Thank you all for inviting me tonight. My name is Wilma Petro. I am a consultant. I have my own private consulting firm. Prior to that, I spent 26 years in the city of Meriden, where I was the director of procurement. I handled all the city and Board of Ed construction, and I ran their airport. And prior to that, I spent 5 years in the town of Fairfield doing their purchasing, and before that, I was in private industry. I started here 1 week in October and then came back the second week of November and have been here ever since. I've rewritten the language on the back of the purchase order, which a purchase order is a contract. Those are the terms and conditions that we ask the vendor to live by when we send them that purchase order. I've rewritten all the boilerplate for bids and RFPs, working on boilerplate for quotes. And I have been working very closely with Doug Corning out of the attorney's office. We've worked together not only on the boilerplate and the back of the PO, but we work to ensure that contracts go out with every bid and RFP, so that whoever bids on your work has already agreed or taken exception to a contract. You're not negotiating a contract after the fact. I've worked with the liaison from MARB, Michael Malone, to put together a policy and procedures guide. I'm working again on a document to edit your ordinances. I had submitted one back in December, but it really hadn't gone far enough. For the most part, I modified ordinances that were there. I didn't really suggest new ones. After being here all this time, I'm really looking at not only the ordinances that you have on the books, but the ordinances that are not there and perhaps should be. And those will obviously come back to you at some point because you'd have to vote on them. They're just my suggestions. In the meantime, I've done 4 or 5 RFPs, put out a couple bids, and done some quotes. And that's basically the gist of what I talked to with Marb last week, and they were looking for an update on how things were going in the city. For the most part, city employees have been very welcoming. They're eager to learn what the new requirements are going to be, and a lot of them have come to see me individually to find out how their personal role will change with the new systems that are going to be installed. Not everyone, obviously, is happy to see me. There's always some territorial people, and they think I'm stepping on their toes. But for the most part, the city employees are interested in making sure there's proper procedures in place, and we're really working toward best practices.
I love best practices. It's like my favorite thing. So I have just a couple of questions. So when you said the ordinance that you wanted to revamp back in December didn't go anywhere, where did it go? Because I don't think it got to us.
It did not. I had sent it in basically a memo fashion to the mayor, and she asked for it to be redlined, at which point I'm sure she would have turned it over to you. I hadn't done a red line edit, and at that point, we were in the middle of working on other things.
Okay,
So
redline,
I
yeah.
understand it'll go to the mayor, and then it'll come before this body.
Okay. So what other ordinances do you think need to be updated? Because my understanding is that they're as old as time. And
They're
Okay.
just incomplete, and for example, I can tell you that the way, you don't have a good distinction between bids and RFPs, and in the past, the city uses those 2 words interchangeably, and they are very, very different animals. So a bid is used when you're going to purchase something where you can put together an easy specification. I like to use the example of a number 10 box of envelopes. It'd be easy to put out a number of box, 10,000 number 10 window envelopes out to bid, and you really only care about price. An RFP is for when you're hiring professional services or when features and functionality are more important. Typically, and best practices do call for an RFP committee. Your ordinance says that the finance director, as part of the purchasing authority, and the department head who requested the purchase can just pick somebody. Clearly not best practices. RFPs require, or should require, a list of questions that get asked of everybody who makes a short list. There should be an interview process, and there should be a standardized scoring sheet for that RFP that the members score on, and then the members of the RFP committee are actually selecting the vendor, not a department head picking whoever they want. And that's an example of one ordinance that I believe truly is not in line with best practices and needs to be changed.
And what about RFQs?
Well, usually RFPs are a two-step process. So the first step is an RFQ. You put out a request for qualifications. You shortlist based on those qualifications. Those firms that move forward are then asked to submit an RFP. Once you receive the RFP, in my RFPs process, I like to have an interview because a lot of things aren't always easily done, and you might need an engineer or some other professional service that's a good public speaker. They might have to sell a neighborhood, they might have to sell the council, they might have to sell the Board of Ed, or at least speak in front of large groups of people. And you can't tell how well someone speaks from a document. You can't tell if someone can speak rationally if they're thrown out a question that they weren't expecting. And also, RFPs are subjective. You need to make sure that you can get along with the person. And a lot of times you get a vibe right away if they're the type of person you can work with or not. And most of that you can only find from an interview. I also use the word interview, but it could be more of a demo. If you were buying equipment, if you were buying a 911 recorder, or a telephone system, you'd want every vendor to bring in their system. They can tell you it's easy to use in a report, but unless they're showing you that it's actually easy to use, you don't know how easy to use it is. But you shouldn't have you shouldn't go through all that effort and then have a department head get to select who they want. We've wasted a lot of effort, and there'd be no point in having a committee evaluate, 10 different scoring items if you're gonna let one person pick at the end of the process.
No, that's true. I know that, I've been on the committee for, the Board of Ed, so I know. I just never knew that it was up to the finance, that we did it that way here in the
The
city.
ordinance says the finance director as the purchasing authority and the department head who requested the purchase. But obviously, the finance director can't sit on every RFP committee, so he'd be making a selection, relying really just on the department head's opinion. Just not a best practice. Better to have a committee. That's just one area. That, to me, is the most blatant area. And some of those are where people hate to give up ground. But those are the types of things that I am suggesting that will come before this board, and ultimately...
We are excited about that.
Well, ultimately, I'm sure I will be back here explaining my changes to all of you, and if you have questions, ask me then. But that's just an example of the kind of things that I've been working on since I've been here.
No, I appreciate that. Does anyone else have any concerns or comments?
Just for clarification, I'm not sure I know what redlining means.
When you go into Word and you edit the document, and you could see the red lines struck through the original words and the note on the side with the new language put in.
I thought that was it, but I wasn't. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Quagliani?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Hosky. Hi, Wilma.
Hi.
So, it appears you're doing a lot of work to shore up our purchasing piece, right? RFP, RFQ, out to bid. How will that impact our controls for what takes place without a purchase order? So, for example, the money that was allegedly misappropriated happened through a voucher where someone that was given authority to act as a department head signed, and then the finance director's signature signed. So how does anything that you're doing here shore up so that process is tighter than it was?
Well, that's going to be completely overhauled, and I'm working very closely with the finance director, and he's spent many weekends putting together a whole user booklet with screenshots so people can walk themselves through the computer system if they have to, but there's not going to be a voucher system. You're never going to get rid of a voucher system in its entirety, but we've had the department heads in for training, and they will have to put in a requisition. Not only will they have to put in a requisition, they have to put their requisition in before the purchase. Currently, a lot of departments are making a purchase, then they're getting the invoice, then they put the requisition in the system, and that's not the way the purchasing process is supposed to go. So you're supposed to put the requisition in the system. Through the workflow in the system, the requisition will go from the admin person who enters it to the department head for their signature, to finance for approval, to purchasing for their approval. And each person is looking at something different, although, in totality, they're looking for some duplications, but then it'll be made a purchase order. It won't be a purchase order that's confirming, which is why the back of the purchase order was so important. And that's where we started. But they are being trained, and I have had a lot of departments come to me to talk about their specific purchases and how that will impact them. And along with that, we have a list of department head responsibilities. We've talked about what bid waivers are, and that includes, one of the things missing in the ordinance is what a definition of emergency means. So they're allowed to ask for a bid waiver in the case of an emergency, but according to the American Bar Association, an emergency really is where life or property has been threatened. So if a chlorine truck overturned on the middle of Campbell Avenue, God forbid, or, there was going to be high winds and high tides and lots of flooding and someone had to go buy sandbags, that's an emergency. But someone's lack of planning does not constitute an emergency. And so that bid waiver has to be approved, I believe, before it gets to you, so that staff will have to look at it and see if it's a reasonable use of a bid waiver.
So I understand that. So let's get back to the voucher, though, if we could. So, again.
I don't know if you want the finance director up here with me.
He's more than welcome to come up if he'd like to. I just want to, as you're shoring up these processes, I'm just wondering, again, I agree with you, there shouldn't be next to nothing comes through on a voucher, but that right now isn't reality unless something's drastically changed. So the voucher right now has a signature for the department head and has a signature for the finance director. The department head, we hope that they do the right thing, but, in the past instance, that wasn't the case. The finance director, has stated that there are so many of these that go through, we really can't give, I'm paraphrasing, the attention to each one of them. So is there something in the middle where someone is going to actually be the eyes of the department, so to check to make sure that the department head is submitting something that's appropriate?
On a voucher, you're saying?
On a
There's going to
voucher.
be strict rules for the use of a voucher. So first of all, only vouchers that are allowed for those types of purchases can even be put through. I would estimate it would cut out about 90% of the
Yeah.
vouchers we're getting right now.
And when is there a date that this is supposed to happen?
Well, we've been working on it very diligently, and I know that Jumaine was coming to speak to you also, but he wasn't available tonight. He really, and I don't want to speak for him, but he had a mess. and the workflow process through the system had never been kept up. So right now, as the purchase order's traveling electronically through the system, it gets stuck because you still have people in the system that don't work here anymore. Some of them are probably dead. And you can't get the requisition through, which forces people to do a voucher. But he's been spending a tremendous amount of time working with Munis, and he's kind of at the mercy of Munis to get that cleaned up. We have already started training, so that as soon as it's ready to go, people will be ready to go. Frank, if you want to add to
Yeah,
that?
but to your point, what's happening now with the voucher system, since it's not going away tonight, right? There's an added layer of, the mayor's chief of staff is reviewing all bills that are coming through that are over $5,000. I know he's pushed back on several so far. But we are still trying to push the departments to make sure that that purchase orders get done ahead of time, and that they begin following this process. With a staffed procurement department, those will be the extra eyes that are going to be looking at the purchase orders that the department had sent to them, the requests. They will be the initial pushback. Is it valid? Why are you going with this vendor? Is it the lowest price? And then after that, it flows through the system. So the voucher aspect of it happens in the beginning, and that's where the review would happen.
I've also made some forms for the city to use just for their, ease. For example, I've given the departments a quote form so that when they're required to get 3 prices, it's one form that's electronic. I can go out to 3 vendors and it all asks the same thing. Tonight, I put a form on Frank's chair. That's a recommendation form that when you put something out to bid, it has the department head signature. This past week, I've had at least 3 people send me emails that just say award such and such to so-and-so. No documentation, whether it needed to be voted on the council, whether it was the low bidder, whether there was a process. And this form is going to be required before anybody can just say to me or whoever your new procurement person is, award that.
Yeah,
But there is a lot of that going on, and it's hard to get to the bottom. I'm suspicious by nature, so I've had to do a lot of digging, but that form will make it easier for the person so that something doesn't get awarded in error when it didn't go through a process that it should have.
No, I mean, it's good to hear. I mean, I think a lot of things were broken, and unfortunately, I don't know, maybe it's because nobody owns it, but that if your purchase orders are getting stuck because some employee isn't here, I mean, somebody needs to own that. So I think it's important that you're doing process enhancement, then it's important to do training, and then it's important to do coaching, and then what we have a hard time in the city after coaching is then we need to hold people accountable and discipline them that aren't playing by the rules. And I think that's where sometimes in the past we've gotten stuck, right?
And that's a valid point. And so what we're looking at is the first round of training, as Wilma mentioned, was for the department heads, right? Getting them on board, making them understand why it's needed. Great discussions that are coming up. We had a meeting with the police last week, and they brought up certain aspects of their purchasing that had to go through certain, we'll call it channels and aspects. And so all of that is being incorporated. Beyond that, what we're doing is we're trying to set up metrics. So within the system itself, if everything is put in correctly, we'll be able to see the date the requisition is put through, the date the purchase order is created, the date of the invoice. We can then start correlating all of that and going back and hitting departments where we're seeing the purchase order was actually created at the time the invoice came in or afterwards. That will allow us to go back on the control side of it, right? So when you think of process improvement, it's define, you lay out what the process is, you measure what you need to fix, then control is the biggest aspect of it. And without the systems in place, and that's what we're working at to try to fix, it's gonna be hard to put your finger on in any given aspect.
It's helpful, thank you.
And people just aren't used to it. I mean, I've asked people for, where is this, who had to approve this, where did it go, and did you put in a requisition yet? So I came from a city where the process, and it's a city, I mean, the city of Meriden could be West Haven's twin, really, and the demographics, they're almost exactly the same, but you put your requisition in, and then it went to the department head, and then it went to finance. Purchasing never awarded anything until it had finance approval. So if I knew I was okay with it, and the finance director had already approved it, the award letter could go out. But that was a good control, because the award letter then went out that said, you have been awarded this project subject to successful negotiation, or you have been awarded this project, send us your bonds and insurance, and then we'll send you the contract. So far, I haven't seen anything like that. There's no check and balance against, because you don't have a system in place, you know, a good computerized purchasing system. So you don't have those checks and balances to make sure that the money's in place before a contract gets signed, or the money's in place and everybody agrees with the purchase before someone can call a vendor and order something. But we're working very hard to get there.
And as I told the
So
board,
I'm
sorry.
Yes, so I appreciate all the hard work you've done. Everything you're saying, I'm pretty familiar with. Where I'm struggling is the accountability piece, as Councilman Quagliani stated, is that on everything you've said is all the things you're gonna do to make it better. We still didn't get to the end result when I say, I'm still not gonna do it, and I'm gonna, that accountability piece, and I'm gonna say it, you only gotta fire one person and everyone else will get in line. You gotta lose one duck, and then all those little ducks will follow their mommy along the way. Like, seriously, somebody needs to lose their job, and I am tired of it, and I know that this is not a reflection on not the work you're doing, but we just got an email saying about how department heads are still using the credit card, and they're not supposed to, and this is the last time we're gonna say it. Well, no. It should have been the last time 5 times ago. When are we getting to the point where somebody is going to lose their job? Because you can't do that in corporate America. I cannot do that in corporate America. I can't just swing my little company credit card around and do as I please. And like, that's the point that's so frustrating, is that so I appreciate all the work you're doing, but it matters not if people are not gonna be held accountable for not following it, and we are not showing them the door. So we can have all these, this is the last time I'm gonna say it. My boss would have said it one time, like one time, and the implied, like, I just don't understand. And this was a week ago. Somebody's, how do they get the city credit card? How? Like, what? Who has the card? Where is it? I wanna know how many, like, and I don't know if that's you, how many daggone credit cards do we have? And who has access to it? And I'm getting excited, because I'm very, I wanna tone it down with my face.
I did run the P card system for the city of Meriden. We had 120.
Where's our credit cards? Why are people how? Who can charge on it? Like, how do we stop that?
There's one credit card for the city.
Then
It's
why are we
maintained by
sending out
the
an
chief of
email
staff.
saying that the department head's gotta stop using it? How'd they get it?
If they use it once,
They write down
they put the number down.
Well, then, where
That's
I
a
come
problem.
from, that's theft.
That's a problem.
No, then that's not a problem, that's theft.
Yes.
You and, Councilwoman Hammond, did you wanna
No.
say something? You go right on.
No, I agree with you
please.
100%.
Absolutely. I was very concerned with that email, as Councilwoman Hosky said. They're saying that these department heads are using this credit card and, this needs to stop. Here's a credit card authorization form, fill this out. That's not discipline. that's not gonna stop these things from happening. This has to, like, this needs to stop. This is something that, you know, we can't just take for granted anymore.
You're absolutely right, and as I said to the Marv, this is an entire paradigm shift.
It's decades of behavior.
It's not just process, it's control, it's discipline, it's everything. It's a complete paradigm shift from what's been happening over the past couple of decades. And until, as Councilwoman Hosky said, until someone actually gets that discipline, it's going to continue.
Yes.
I only have one follow-on comment. I agree with all that, Frank, but I guess my question is that if this didn't happen, if this alleged misappropriation of money didn't happen, would we continue to be going on like we've been going on with all these no procedures, no policies? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing that concerns me a little bit. You know, who's watching the store? And yeah, now we got it in our face that, look, and somebody exploited our lack of controls or our lack of systems or whatever it may be, but it's just troublesome to me that it took something like this to get everybody's attention. And, you know, okay, you have our attention now, but, you know, again, I wonder what would have happened if that didn't happen. But there's no answer to it, it's just kind of putting it out there in the environment.
So I'm not done with the credit card. We can do a vote of hands that I am positive that council members on this, members of this council would say, if any employee wrote down their credit card number to the P card or they would lose their job. In my opinion, in all intent, it is theft of, like, you do not do that. And I think that we're encouraging, like,
We're
we really need
enabling bad behavior.
It is horrible behavior, so maybe that credit card needs to be, it needs to be reported that some people have it and get a new one and realize it can't be shared. Like, I don't know how these department heads think it's okay. They're supposed to be professionals, and this idea, and I say it, you're supposed to be able to trust them, but we have learned, we are probably about $1 million of learning that you can't guess as to who you can trust. It is not that. And they can have all their feelings hurt tomorrow morning, or if they're watching this now, it is what it is. Stop. Or they need to be held accountable for their poor choices. I don't even know what else to say. Does anyone else open it up to ask Councilman Bruno?
Well, thank you very, very much for what you've brought out to us tonight, because it's eye-opening, and we really appreciate it. Frank, prior to Wilma, there was nobody watching any of this? Like,
There was no purchasing department. We had a, when I got here for the first 2 years, there was one individual who was half the time purchasing, half the time risk management. When he went into Public Works, the purchasing role was kept open. And so, you know, I mentioned it a couple of years ago that we needed a buyer in the city. I'm told that the assistant finance director has told the past 3 mayors the same thing. And at the end of the day, nothing ever happened.
The reality is, though, that the person who was in the job had no training. I mean, when I started in purchasing, you couldn't take a college course anywhere. Obviously, now people get degrees in supply chain. But I originally started to come here because I'm a consultant to SCROG, South Central Regional Council of Governments, that you guys belong to. And Jumaine had reached out to me for help with an RFP. So I met Jumaine and the person who was doing the purchasing, and he had not a day's experience in purchasing. So I was going to come in to train him on SCROG sign, because I help municipalities all through our Council of Governments. for up to like 10 hours. By the time I got here, though, he was gone. So even if he was here, I have to say that there wouldn't have been a process because he didn't really know anything about purchasing.
Did he
He
get the
could have
job?
gotten a PO out of the system and he could have got 3 quotes, but he certainly wouldn't have been able to institute best practices.
But I think that goes to, and I'm sorry,
you're
Councilman
good.
Bruno, I think that goes to what the MARB says. I've heard the MARB say it, that the job, and I'm not saying it to you, but we historically put people in positions that they have no business being in. I cannot, I can only drive an automatic. I know nothing about a stick shift. Please don't buy me a car that's a stick shift, because it's not going anywhere. And I think that we have to do better. People in position of power in this city, with oversight, you can't just, it cannot be the next person in line. Like, it just can't be. Like, that is ridiculous that we would have had somebody in that position who knows nothing about it. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, and not you, I'm just, Councilman Bruno, I'm sorry. Councilman Bruno, are you,
I'm good, thank you.
and Councilwoman McGee?
So I just have a question, because obviously we all know there's been a culture created where this type of behavior has been acceptable, where it's happened before. And so I want to know what is being implemented on your part, because everything else is being set in stone. Like, I think the council, we all know what we're going to do, the mayor, but like, what is being implemented on your part to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Because, I mean, obviously, like, this is the finance department, so this is the belly of where all of the money is coming in and going out, where there's being records kept and everything. So what's being implemented on your part? And I think this is important for the record.
The most important thing is a proper purchasing department. Without that, nothing gets fixed. And that's why it's been so important for Wilma to look at everything we do, soup to nuts. What processes need to change, what documents need to change, what contracts need to change, where the ordinance needs to change, so that we can get all this stuff put together and drive home the point that the days of doing things like we've always done it have to come to an end. They have to.
But it takes all people, if I can just interject. So Frank and I had this conversation when I first started about the theft, and I said, that never would have happened in Meriden. And he said, how could you be so sure? And the reason was that because everybody knew that I was crazed about our bid limit. And I called people out if I saw something over the bid limit. So as if accounts payable had seen an invoice for $60,000 or $70,000, the first thing they would have done is brought it to me. They wouldn't have brought it to the finance director, they would have brought it to me and said, Wilma, do you know anything about this? And then I would have been like, who the heck would have spent this kind of money without seeing me about how to bid it or put it out for RFP? I would have called the health director to have a fight with her over why she didn't see me first, and she would have told me that it wasn't hers. I'm not saying that in Meriden might not have lost $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000 if they had put through 12 $5,000 pay recs, because it would have taken a while for somebody to realize that they kept seeing this name over and over and over again, and then asked me about it. But a big invoice like that would have been a red flag, because, you know, you really need a purchasing person who's, you know, strict on it. I wrote things with an iron fist, much to some of my, you know, work peers' chagrin sometimes.
I'm sorry. So that too is a quality that you have to hire in the person you're hiring. Because if they don't have that, if they're not confrontational, if they don't have the chutzpah to do that, they're never gonna do it. They're just gonna be like, oh, little meek, you know, let people run around with the credit card number. Councilwoman McGee, are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Burris?
I think that the people in West Haven probably thinking that credit card is a free fall, you know? But I want to ask you, how confident are you that what you bring it to the table will make sure that what's been happening won't ever happen again?
It's hard to say, to tell you the truth, for 2 reasons. One, I think that right now it's hard to find really, really good help. I think anybody who has, you know, had help wanted signs out there, it's hard to find people with a lot of experience. But like the councilwoman said, it has to be someone who's confrontational, who, like, it was my personal mission. And I spent the city's money like it was my money. So you could have somebody with a lot of knowledge, but if they're willing to look the other way too often, then it could happen again. If people don't want to embrace this, you know, that they have to put a requisition in first, and they have to have sign-offs on things, and, you know, not everyone is happy to see me here. So, again, to the point, if there's no action on people who don't get in line, then could it happen again? Sure. I mean, you know, any one thing can happen one time, but could it happen again? I can't say it couldn't, even if all the controls were in place, because it just takes one person to do their own thing and one person to not pay attention, right?
I think
Honestly.
Councilwoman Hosky said that I think somebody does need to get fired, and that would probably open people's eyes and say, enough is enough. Thank you for what you do, because it sounds really good. I'm done.
Anyone else? Councilman, Fitch.
So, I actually have 14 people under me who have P cards. So I have to look at them every single month and make sure they are legit. So if somebody misuses the P card in West Haven, and we get an email like we did last week, who's responsible for holding that person accountable?
Ultimately, it would be, well, finance and the mayor.
So that would be you
Yes.
and the
So
mayor?
once we determine that people are using the card incorrectly, are not submitting, and we also have instances where they'll use the card validly, but still not be able to provide receipts. And so we'd have to, we literally have to chase them down sometimes. And still, they're given the card again next month.
So wouldn't that start with progressive discipline?
Absolutely.
So why wouldn't you do that? If you're responsible for that person?
I don't have the authority to discipline a department head.
So why would?
I can bring it to the mayor, and she would have to discipline.
Why wouldn't you go to Human Resources who could help you with that? I mean, I'm just asking, because if one of my people do that, I'm all over it. Just like, Wilma, thank you for owning this, right? Because that's what you're doing, you're owning this. As I say to my people, own your store like it's yours, right? Because I run 14 stores, and your P&L is your bank account, right? So you're responsible for that bank account. You need to own that. If you're gonna be in that position, you need to really own it. You just can't have that position because I gave it to you. You need to actually own it as I do own my position. So why wouldn't you bring that to the mayor or Human Resources and say, listen, this person is misusing our card. We need to write him up or her with some kind of disciplinary action. I don't know if you have a progressive disciplinary action set in West Haven, but we do where I work, because we went to that program, because it just makes it simpler to hold people accountable. So now I would come to you and say, why aren't you holding them accountable?
I agree.
So I'm blaming you at this point, right?
Okay, I'll
Because
take it. I'll
you
take
just
the blame.
said to me that it's your responsibility to to hold them accountable.
Well, yes, because we're paying the bills. We need to we're chasing the people down to try to get the receipts.
Write them out.
I agree. And the frustration I've had is that there's a lack of willingness to do that. And it comes from, I mean, I see it in departments. Department heads are unwilling.
I respect that. You
Yeah.
can't force.
Department heads are unwilling to discipline their people, and
Then
department heads
discipline
don't
the
get
department
disciplined.
head.
Can we,
That's right.
One at a time, please, one at a time.
Then discipline the department
I
head.
agree.
Chairman, Ms. Earl, can we, as a city council, write a letter to the mayor encouraging her to start progressive discipline, that we are tired of the nonsense? I don't know what the other city council feel,
Oh, yeah.
but
Yes.
we, somebody, and I know she can't name names, you know, people's, I'm sure the, work council can say, you know, we can't discuss all of that unless we would invite them here and all that, but we are like, people, you know, like Frank said, they're not his people, and he can't force anybody's hand, but we want, I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well, I agree with you 100%, but I got to say, Frank, if your reputation is on the line, I would not sit there and let somebody use a credit card and not have receipts, because I would go to the mayor and tell that individual he ain't using a credit card anymore because he's irresponsible. And if he keeps it up, you write him up and get rid of him. I mean, I wouldn't put up with it when I ran my department. Nobody would touch, without me knowing what's going on. I'm responsible. It's my reputation, just like it should be yours, and her reputation. If things are not done right, it should be stopped, ceased right away,
I mean,
as far as I'm concerned.
I'd be more than willing to take control of the credit
Well,
card.
somebody's got to have the authority to do it, and you know what? Like Councilwoman Hosky said, fire one, and they'll straighten their act out.
Yeah.
I mean, let's really get on the stick here. We're getting embarrassed here. Everybody, like the way things are run here. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Johnstone?
So, the first thing that's running through my mind as I'm sitting here is not just the people in this room or the council members up here. It's everybody sitting at home, on their computers, on their television watching, and they're waiting to see how we're going to respond. And what I mean by that is, we, as a city with all our rich history, there's one thing we do well, and it's kick the can down the road until there's nothing left of the can. Then we get another can, and we start kicking that one. So people are waiting for action. I could just imagine someone just threw their beverage at the computer listening to all this. And I can't believe this is coming from me, whose family has been here for hundreds of years. I'm embarrassed to be a Westie right now. I thoroughly am. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but I am. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. And just when you think the hole can't get any bigger or deeper, I mean, just add to the potholes on our streets. I don't know what to say. And then we're up here talking, someone needs to get fired, but then you're telling us that a lot of people are against learning new things. Well, you know what they say? A lot of times you can't teach an old dog new tricks. It may not be one person. It may need to be several people. And we can sit here and nod our head yes all day, but I think the patience is out. I'm watching body language up here. The patience is gone. And it's embarrassing. And I consider myself a pretty patient guy. As the Bible says, the fruits of the Spirit, and patience is a big one. I'm gone. Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. That's all I have to say. I'm embarrassed.
And I hope that you know that, Frank, we know that your hands are tied. I understand how, they're not your direct reports, but I think that it needs to be a dawn of a new day. Like, they need to be put on notice. We are at our wits' end, and how I look at it is, you're spending money that is not yours. It's the taxpayers. You have nobody's permission to do so. So in my mind, if I put my hand in my mother's wallet and took the money to go buy the milk, it didn't matter that we needed milk. I didn't have my permission to stick my hand in the wallet. It has to stop. So, Chairman, I just ask that we send a letter, and I don't know if we need to send it to the department heads to say that we are follow the process. That is the expectation. You are an employee, it's not your money, or however you might want to word it.
Send it to the mayor.
But does anyone else have any other questions? We'll let Wilma go. Councilman Donovan?
First of all, Wilma, thank you. That day you and I had that conversation, I felt better. I did. And I know we weren't together but maybe a half hour, but I felt better already. And Frank, I understand you're limited to what you can do with the firing aspect of it. Is there anything at this point, and I'm getting back to that credit card, that you or your department can do to cease or cease in this? Is it getting a new credit card, or is that something beyond your?
Yeah, we can get a new card, we can change the number on it. I've heard of other areas where purchases of that nature go through a single person. So the departments don't have the number. They send you the information and the purchasing happens through a single point. They are
Can we
then
make Wilma that
required.
single point until we get it?
I'm sorry? And, I've had conversations with the individual who controls the card that there needs to be, at a maximum, 2 weeks. They should have the receipts. If they're buying something online, I get a receipt through my email, right? I go on Amazon, I buy something, I get a receipt. I get an invoice for it. There's no reason for them to take even 2 weeks to get documentation for the use of that card. And, I here as an outsider, right? I come from corporate America, I'm not part of West Haven, and I gotta tell you, I've voiced my frustrations to some of you over the years of things that we want to fix and we just can't get traction because nobody wants to wield the stick.
So tomorrow, is it, again, you don't need permission from anybody else about the credit card, correct?
I don't hold the card, but I can certainly go and try to make the request to take it.
I'm requesting to you to tomorrow, implement just canceling that card. Let people scramble, whatever they have to do, then you'll know exactly who's doing illegitimate stuff right off the bat. And then you get a new.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then at that point, you get a new card, and we decide by then how the system would be worked with the card.
And there need to be parameters about what can or cannot be purchased with that card.
Yes.
Right? A lot of the purchases that are happening are because of indecision, procrastination. Now all of a sudden, I'm up against the wall. I got to make this purchase. I need the card. Right? I knew about it a month ago, but never pulled the trigger.
Right, but the bleeding's got to stop somewhere.
Yes.
So somebody's going to get upset over it, but the bleeding's got to stop.
This is absolutely correct, right? Without the monitoring and the control, nothing ever gets fixed, right? Which is why, we were bleeding money with the grants. We were never getting reimbursement on the grants. And so we put somebody in place that does nothing but watches the accounting on those grants and assists the grant manager with getting money back from the state for projects that we've already spent the money for. Nobody ever bothered to put the paperwork in to get the payments back. It's absurd.
I'm all set, thank you.
Councilman Quagliani has the floor.
Frank, for right or wrong, or for better or for worse, you've been our finance director for the last 2 years. So unfortunately, being that, there's some responsibility that comes with the buck stops with you. So Councilman Johnstone said that every resident should probably be embarrassed by this conversation tonight. I'd argue that every city that's looking at us are saying the same thing. Again, in corporate America and other municipalities, having one credit card is fraught with fraud potentials. We should be like most adult communities, right, and have a P card system where everybody that is allowed to have purchases has their own card, and you administrate it through a web service with a third party like a Wells Fargo, and you account for your own expenses every month, and you submit it to your supervisor, and then they approve those expenditures. one card is like one person having the code to the time clock that punches everybody else in. I mean, it's just, we're talking about this one card and who's got the number and who shouldn't have the number. We need to have a P card system where everybody that's entitled to buy, you give them a limit of what they're entitled to spend, and then it's reconciled every 30 days. It's to me, it's just mind-boggling that we're having these discussions here tonight about Finance 101.
And there
We
need,
did talk about that because I ran a 120 card, P card program. And you set the limits in the program. And if somebody went to the store and their card got declined, they called me. And then I could look and see if they had, you could set how many transactions per day, how many transactions per month. So if they had done too many transactions or they were over their limit, then I could, make it so they didn't, the rule was, don't leave your card at Home Depot if you just spent 2 hours shopping, call me before you leave the store, whatever it was. But when we talked about it here, it sounds counterintuitive to open up a P card program when there's not good controls. Because I had suggested that, quite frankly, because then every person is responsible for theirs, and if they misuse it, they lose it.
Isn't that the built-in control, having a P card system with rules and supervisor approvals and?
Yes, but you don't have enough people here. There's not enough people in departments to do that. And the other thing is that I'm not staying here, not like I'm the only person who can run a successful P card program, but it's easy for me to argue one when I'm not going to be the person here, because I will take someone's card away. And I did tell people, like, people who were much higher than me in the food chain, that they were going to lose their card, and they had 1 week to get their receipts. So unless you have that right person, and unless there's controls in place that people are going to follow that says, no matter who you are, you can't overspend your limit and you can't exceed your numbers of transactions. But you're right, then everybody's personally responsible, and the rules say you don't share your number with anyone, you don't leave it in your desk, and if you share it, the person who used it doesn't get in trouble, you do because you gave your number up. But there's not enough controls here that the city's not ready for a robust P card program.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here. I know you're, been here a lot longer than, if there's another question, really quick, so that she can.
just real quick, I work at the tax office, Frank. I've been here, almost 6 years. We take people's credit cards, and we process their payments. In this office, I give a lot of respect to my department head. She runs everything, make sure that we all do the right thing. And I want to let people know out there that, there are people, department heads that does do the right thing, but, they trust us when they make their payments with their credit card. You have to implement to those people that are doing wrong, because, West Haven residents, they pay with their credit cards, their taxes. If we can't maintain our own, head department spending money and not, telling, reprimanding people that are doing wrong, how you expect the people to trust us? Now, we in the council don't want nobody, we do what's best for the people. So I think that you need to, find a way.
well, it goes beyond that, right? It's, how many departments overspend their budget with no repercussions?
Oh, please.
Don't open up that can.
No, but it goes to the
I hear you.
same, it goes to the same,
I'm gonna be asking them in
accountability.
April. I'm gonna be asking, Frank.
Thank
Listen, and are we, anyone else? Thank you so very much.
Nice to meet you.
We really, really look forward to learning more, about how we can do this job better, or make sure, things and controls are in place. Thank you so, so very much.
And I am in finance, at least 4 days a week, if someone wants to find me, if they have questions. I don't really want to put myself number up on the tape, but
Yeah, no,
you can get it, and anyone can reach me, Councilman Dunn, and if anyone else would like to, I'm available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything you want to say, Frank, real quickly about any MARB updates?
only that, around the procurement, around IT, we have, action plans in place that we're working through. Personnel is next in line to put that together, so that's the update that we've given to the MARB. You know,
Progressive
it's
discipline when you say personnel, or do you mean person?
the personnel department.
Oh, my,
The personnel
sorry.
department. So, you know, we had the HR personnel study that was done a couple years ago.
Okay,
So the results of that, we are finally trying to get implemented.
thank you.
As well as, you know, the Bloom-Shapiro report that was done before I got here laid out fixes that needed to happen. One of them pointing out issues with the purchasing process. So all of that is being reworked. What we'll do is, once we come up with the final process and workflow for purchasing, for IT, for whatever, we're going to get CLA, who is the city auditor, to actually, who was Bloom-Shapiro, to give it a look, make sure that everything flows through best practices, make sure everything is where it needs to be, and then we're off to the races, hopefully.
Perfect, I appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions for Frank? Going once? Perfect, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Just one thing is, I did send emails out to the new council members. What we did in the past was walked through, all the council members, the process around the 5-year plan, the budgeting process. If you'd like to sit down and go through that, I'm more than willing to do that. So all you have to do is let me know when you want to come in.
Thank you,
And
Frank.
Frank, you're staying, right? We haven't gotten to your communications.
No,
yet. Okay,
I'm staying.
perfect. Thank you, we're all set. So we're gonna discuss ARPA now. Chris Soto is here. He is the, what's your official title, Director of Planning? Yes. So, I had sent an email to Chris, and who else did I send it to? Corp Counsel Lee Tiernan, for the new council members, I'm not sure if you know, but in this, budget season, we had put $15,000 aside in an account, to start our Safer Housing Initiative. I discussed it last week at the workshop. And I had sent an email back on February 2nd asking if we could start looking for a lawyer, start going through our ordinances to possibly start seeing, how we could make a better livable city initiative, quality of life initiative. And I had, spoke about that at the workshop. I even spoke really quickly about Mayor Rossi. And I sent some questions and ideas to Chris because he's very familiar with the New Haven process, the process they have in New Haven, as is one of his employees. So I just wanted him to talk to us about it really quickly. I know the mayor couldn't be here, but go ahead, Chris. I'm just babbling at this point, I think.
Okay, all right. Good evening, council members. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think I'll just summarize parts of the conversation I had with Councilwoman Hosky. We had some conversations about what our ordinances look like and what our breakdowns are, kind of costs of hiring personnel and how we would go after kind of housing, blight matters and whatnot. So currently our structure puts all the housing code kind of on one person. The police department has like the brunt of a lot of the public space stuff, so they'd have to ticket on a lot of things. So like icing over sidewalks and discharge of water, that would be them. And then we share some other duties like rodent harborage and no heats. And then there's kind of like this blanket everybody can do blight type of deal. So we spoke about how that could probably be either better structured or whatnot. So Well, one of the things that we probably ought to do is take a comprehensive look at 127, 128, 129, and those are sections that cover enforcement, blight, and then housing code, and look at how we could probably make our systems a little bit more efficient. The other possibility that exists is that we could leverage CDBG money to kind of augment staff, so it's not coming out of general funds, it's coming out of HUD money to do housing activities. So we discussed that with the councilwoman, and I spoke with the mayor. The mayor said let's start looking at kind of that option. So we put a call into some folks in New Haven. We just haven't been able to connect and kind of flesh out what that program would be and those kind of particulars. But, yeah.
So when we, Lee, do you have a moment?
First.
I'm
Buenas
sorry?
tardes, felice, happy Valentino, happy Valentine's Day to all.
Thank you,
Patron saint,
Lee.
not only of courtly love, but also of beekeepers. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. So, I was just, speaking, to, Chris, Mr. Soto, about the Livable City Initiative. We have the $15,000 in the, city council's budget, and it is, we want to use that $15,000 to, hire a lawyer to start going through the ordinances, to see how we could, so, where are we with that? Have you been privy to any of the conversations? I spoke to him, Chris, a few times, and I'm wondering, how difficult is that going to be to get somebody? Is 15 grand enough? Do we need more? What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
Or
so-
if you have any.
Well, one of the reasons we're lucky to have Chris is that Chris, as you have highlighted, has experience with the Livable City Initiative in New Haven. And I would point out, that had fits and starts and stops, including FBI investigations. So, we have things we can learn from in their experience. And one of the things to learn from is, theirs is a pretty robust program and a pretty pricey program. But it does encompass a lot of things. It pretty much takes over all the blight issues, and it also tries to do some, what I would call small ball redevelopment in the blighted areas, where they try to leverage community service agencies. I think what Chris and I are looking for, you gotta crawl before you walk before you run. So I don't think 15,000 is crazy. I think you gotta start somewhere. And I think what we have to do is target a sort of prioritized way, and Chris is working on that now, where, what would be the next step. I'm hoping, one of the things I've tried to do is to try to look at revenue sources and leverage them. Like, for instance, on foreclosure, if the council in their wisdom increased the foreclosure budget, then I was able to do more foreclosures and I was able to bring in more revenue. So when you look at your budget, you're gonna see that, for example, the sale of property, which was budgeted at zero, has over $500,000 in it. And I think we're looking at livable cities a little bit like that, where we're gonna try to put in place something where we can leverage some revenue. But you gotta spend some money to earn money. So I think what we'll do is try to have some testing of that system, and then come back to you guys and say, look, here's what we did with 15,000, here's what we targeted, and this is what revenue it generated. If we try this, we might generate this much revenue.
Well, part of, in looking at the ARPA, what's allowed under ARPA, this is quality of life, and
Yes.
it's kind of, sort of what Mr. Riccio was even saying, that you can impact the inequity, make things, because people are living in situations that are just not, you have people saying their landlords, we have no oil, they're not putting oil, or the landlord doesn't, we can't go out the back because the stairs are all a mess. So when I think about it, and my limited wisdom of knowing things is that, when I was talking to Chris, is that if we can just start with that, if we can just start with changing the ordinances where we can go into homes and start making landlords accountable for the way that their tenants are living, you charge them $120 to do all 3 floors and do it every renter in the city, that revenue, if we, use the ARPA funding to get it started, in 2 years will pay for itself. And then we can, expand the program. So
Yeah, you have to, there's behavior changes too. So you got to be careful. Just because you got a certain amount of revenue one year, you got to stay on your feet and keep planning.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
behavior changes. But yes, to a certain degree. I mean, one of the areas where you're discussing that could use more money, and that Chris and I have talked about as making this part of it, along with bringing Diane Dietman into the process, is the people that are hoarders. That's always been an area where we just don't have any resources. Even just having someone go in, talk to somebody, try to talk them, it's a very hard process.
Right,
I can't tell you how hard it is.
But that's part of
Yes.
ARPA, though. ARPA's there to address.
Right. So that part, we're hoping to get more resource, and that requires a human being, a social worker, who's available, who we're paying to be able to go in. And once that happens, those are also, I think Chris would agree, almost always blighted properties too. So I think we'll come back, I don't know how soon. Give us at least 30 days, but I think we'll have at least 5 points with the 15 that we can attack, that you'll be happy with.
Well, so I'm gonna push back because there's a plan coming before us. We're gonna be having, the West Haven plan for how we're gonna spend ARPA money. And I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I'm impassioned about addressing this or starting this quality of life change for our town, that I would like this to be part of that, or that these questions and these ideas are being put before the mayor as part of her creating the plan for West Haven. I don't want it just to be part of the budget. The money, there's $29 million.
Okay, so yes.
Okay.
If there are more resources, Chris is equipped to pivot.
Feel empowered.
Oh, yeah. No, so if there are more resources, but that doesn't mean we're sitting and waiting. We're working on the plan with the existing 15, but I will give you credit that that plan might not have been tended to with as much vigor as it has of late. But we can walk and chew gum at the same time on this issue, because if you're going to give more revenue, we know how to put that revenue in place to spend it to affect change. And as Chris and I have both agreed, I mean, the target is the areas that you're talking about. Livable cities is really about, the blighted areas, the ones that are fixed. And by the way, it's also, in addition, it's carrots and sticks. So it's not just punishment for a landlord. If a particular landlord can't afford or has certain monetary needs, maybe, the widow O'Neill bought the house a long time ago and, it's on a fixed income, then, we know that we can put together the right resources to get that property owner from A to B. So we plan to do that. And then the other thing is, what New Haven does very well, is having livable cities work with my office in terms of identifying property that if it's blighted and they owe taxes, well, let's go. I don't have to wait till you issue the blight certificates, let's just foreclose now. And, we can identify more of those properties and do that sooner.
Thank you. Does anyone else, Councilwoman Hamilton?
And I know that this is getting down to probably the nitty-gritty of it, but I don't think that West Haven is very good in keeping records on absentee landlords. So how is there a plan to capture what we don't have? Sometimes it's hard, a LLC, but you can research and see. We just don't have, from what I know, and you can tell me differently, all the information of going after homeowners that do not live in the city?
Okay, well, before he answers, I appreciate the question, but from the Corporation Council's point of view, not that you intended this, but we wouldn't target any particular owner just because they don't live here.
No, of course not.
That being said,
Of course not.
under, for instance, under state law, there's certain things they have to publish on their buildings. But again, it takes manpower, it takes people going out. You're going to hear from the young kid in my office, Riley, about where the cars are at your next meeting, and the taxes and out-of-towners on that particular issue. You know, it took him going out, taking pictures, looking at, it doesn't, you need bodies to do that. So you're correct. We need to do more of that because they do take advantage. They don't just take advantage here. They take advantage in any city where you will allow people to take advantage. But hopefully this would be part of that, right? This would be part of putting them on notice that we're watching and, you know, frankly, getting more, you know, you say nitpicky, but not really nitpicky on enforcing the rules. Enforcing that sign rule, you know, that should be enforced. I mean, that's a layup. That, you know, we used to have a guy in the building office, God rest him, I won't mention his name, but he, you know, if he went out on a call, on his way back, he would come back with about $800 worth of permits, because he'd see a plumbing truck and stop and say, did you get your permits or whatever? And so, he was just one person, but, you know, we're gonna need more manpower to do things like this.
Yeah, I think part of what the councilwoman was suggesting is, you know, New Haven has a residential rental license, which is kind of, I guess you would call kind of a proactive approach. So you register the property and someone goes out and we do those kind of inspections. That program took a few years to set up when I first got to the city of New Haven. I think they were in their like second year of it, and it had its growing pains and it needed staff, right? Because now you're talking folks that are going to go out there and administer the program and folks that are going to go out there and do the residential license inspections. That was happening on top of housing code kind of complaint and inspections and the Section 8, or the, I shouldn't say Section 8, I should say the Housing Authority in New Haven kind of program. So it was a very robust program, and I should argue that I wasn't there when they had the FBI investigation, just taking into account the previous conversation. I don't want to.
No, I'm showing my age, so go ahead.
But those were kind of very separate programs, kind of rolled into one. I'm almost positive all municipalities have like a blanket landlord registration kind of deal. We could beef one up, but like our corporation council kind of pointed out, it really only matters when it's a problem property, right? And then typically that absentee landlord is extremely hard to find anyway. So, you know, you're going through title searches, you're going through LLC searches, you know, you're hoping that there's something in some court document where someone did a return of service, so you've got something to go after. But I think all that would kind of fall under what Councilwoman Hosky's saying. What we do now is we do take care of all of these things, right? So we have one person in the city that is tasked with doing the heat calls, the flooding calls, the housing code, property maintenance violation calls. So one person does all that and handles kind of the blight stuff as well.
Court case tomorrow.
Yeah, so right now all of that is kind of being dumped into one person. And I think what the councilwoman is looking for is a proactive approach, and we are just kind of by design more reactionary than we can be proactive. And that doesn't mean that when we're out and we see something, we don't address it. We try to address it, but it's not freeing our time up to just kind of be out there looking for stuff that hasn't come to our attention. So we're constantly kind of responding to calls and, you know, setting some type of enforcement aside to do a different one, depending on kind of what's pressing at the moment.
So you mentioned something, and I just don't know. So for like our Section 8 properties or units that we have, who inspects those in West Haven?
That's done through a contract with your housing authority, so I don't have a purview into that specific.
Okay.
So that's, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
They use a private vendor for that. But
I wonder if that
in
could
in New
ever
Haven, as part of the
merge.
Livable City Initiative, and I know this because I was at the Housing Authority at the time in New Haven, the mayor leveraged that resource. And what he did was, he basically got the Housing Authority to pay the city for those inspectors, and then as they were inspecting the Section 8, they inspected other things, and maybe inspected the property on the left and right. So that's definitely been an idea that I'd like to put into place. We've never really been in a position to do that until potentially now, and hopefully we'll do that. I will tell you that in past conversations with the Housing Authority Director, he is not adverse to that idea at all. He thinks it's a good idea.
That'd be great. Does anyone else have any questions? I know we,
That was my
Okay.
question.
no. Thank you so much. Lee, if you want to stay, there isn't a police pension study update, but do you have an update regarding the ordinance you were gonna do for the?
Well, I know you like to hear what's going on, even if you don't think there's an update. I will tell you, I'm getting bills from our consultant that's doing the police pension. I don't have the specific update, but that suggests
Oh, okay.
work. So
No, that's fine. What
positive.
about the compensatory time for the ordinance?
Yes, I apologize. I do have that memo. I
Okay.
should have gotten it to you for this meeting. I promise I'll have it next meeting. It is done. And I will forward it, and as I said, confirming that accruals are now logged into the ADP system.
Perfect, okay. And then I'm just gonna continue right to my, okay. Thank you, Lee.
I'm good?
So, yes, so I want to bring forth communication B from, Chief Joseph Perno of the West Haven Police Department in regards to the animal shelter donation.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Communication C from Commissioner Tom McCarthy from Public Works Department regarding, nope, that's wrong. I'm sorry, communication D from Abdul Qadir, the city engineer, regarding Clean Water Fund loan for the Dawson Avenue area contract to design and construction. Can I have a motion to
So
bring
moved.
out, thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton, for discussion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor and Barali. Thank you. Any questions?
Only if they have questions. I sent
Yes.
an email to Counselor Hosky to update her on what this is. Do you have
So
questions?
could you share with the rest of us?
Oh, sure. So, this is, if there are some more experienced counselors, this is something where I had a miscommunication with Abdul many years ago about what this really is, where I thought I thought he was communicating that it was a grant, and it's really a loan. So it's a 2% loan from the Clean Water Fund. It is a loan that is part of the capital plan of the Water and Sewer Authority, the payments of which are factored in. So you're getting this money, obviously, well below inflation. It is paid for not through the city budget, but through the proceeds of the Water and Sewer Authority. The commission has approved their 5-year capital plan, which includes this loan fund. And this is the kind of work that needs to be done. In fact, needs to be done as part of our consent decree with the EPA and the United States government.
So Lee, so you said it's budgeted, that's fine, so I
It's
think.
budgeted in the Water and Sewer.
Yeah, I
Commission
think they
budget,
have
not
like
city budget.
7.5 million under the Clean Water Act, so this is one project of that 7.5 million?
Yes.
And so we don't bond for this money, we borrow the money from DEEP and we pay them back?
We bond periodically. We don't have to bond for this particular money because there's money available to do that, but we do bond periodically for it. But we don't have to bond for this because they loan it to us and we pay it back at the 2%, and it's within the budgetary constraints of the water and sewer budget.
It's a pass through their budget, though. Come on, sir.
Will we be receiving an itemized estimate before this project starts? Or a bill, just so that we know that each dollar amount being used is accurate in the project?
Yeah, so Abdul puts all this stuff out to bid. He will do a summary of how the bidding process went. That will create a contract. If the contract is of a certain amount, we can't enter into certain contracts without your approval. So this is generally a contract that comes back to you in the form of a resolution. So you have the resolution, you have the contract, and you probably will have Abdul, and he'll say, I need you to enter into this contract. If that doesn't, if for some reason it doesn't have to come back to the council, I can alert Abdul to make sure that when he brings things before the council for approval that require loans or spending, he needs to inform the council. They like to get a summary of how things are spent
Absolutely, yeah, that's
periodically.
very important.
So he wouldn't have a problem.
Okay, so he doesn't have that now. He won't have that until the
No, 'cause he
bids
doesn't-
come in.
yeah, he doesn't have
Right.
authority.
No, I just want to
Yeah.
make that clear, so we, okay.
But he's very good about it. He puts stuff out to bid. He reviews every contract he's ever given me. When I grill him on what's in it, he's always pretty good about that.
Okay. Any other questions regarding this? I can open up to the entire council since Lee's standing, answering questions about it. No? Okay. So I don't think we're gonna put this. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Do you have questions? Any abstention? Motion carries. That's not me. Hold on. Where's mine? So communication F on unbudgeted staff requests for 2 immediate positions in the finance department. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Acarali and O'Connor. Any discussion? Councilman Hamilton, Councilman Crosby.
Anthony's gonna get you.
Councilman Cagliani.
All righty then. Frank, you have if I could ask Frank to come up. So Frank, I'm not questioning the need. I think I'm just questioning where the money is coming from for the two. And I recognize that they're prorated, so by the time we actually pass this and you staff it, there's probably just a few months left to this budget year, and then you'll include them in your budget request for
Correct.
next year. But in the meantime, where's the money coming from?
The numbers that are given here are actually 6 months' worth of cost. The money would be coming from the excess pilot funds that were received from the state already.
So can you
And
explain that? How much were we budgeted in our budget, and how much did we actually receive?
So we received an additional, I believe it was $1.8 million over what we had budgeted. Now, that was communicated to us as a possibility, but until we actually got the actual documents from the state, it was not put into the budget.
So right now, well, we have in our possession that 1.8 million.
That is correct.
And how's the process going? I know that, we have another communication because we couldn't find a purchasing individual. So we have Wilma here, our consultant. So how's it looking in the marketplace for these two positions?
We have conducted interviews for the Director of Procurement. I believe that we have come to a short list, and personnel is actually now doing background checks and their due diligence before we bring this person on board. But But the resumes that came in, the applications that came in were widely varying degrees of expertise and even purchasing experience. So Wilma was instrumental helping personnel kind of sort through all of this using what she knows as what a purchasing director needs. So she was instrumental in coming up with this short list.
So what will, once these two positions are hired and Wilma completes her consultantship here, what does the department look like? What will it look like, purchasing department?
The purchasing department will be a procurement director. That individual will then fill the buyer analyst position. And the only other one that's in the request is the new position that we're calling purchasing specialist. That would be more of an administrative support to make sure that all of the documentation around all purchasing, bids, contracts, everything, are maintained correctly. That individual would also be responsible for communicating with the newspapers, assisting the purchasing department with whatever they need.
So you rolled up that one job that we had that's currently vacant into.
Correct.
You may have changed the duties around, but.
Correct.
it's-
The buyer position kind of replaces the role that we currently have. Putting in a person over that, overseeing the entire procurement process to make sure that department heads and everybody else follows the proper procedures.
So a director, a buyer,
And an admin,
and an admin.
yes. Because what we're actually seeing is, in the current year's budget, we did have a position in finance for an admin that would be partially supporting purchasing, partially supporting AP, partially supporting the grants department. But what we're seeing is, now that Wilma is here and we're starting to do things properly, more of that person's time is being spent on the purchasing side of it, which reinforces the fact that once we go full bore with this, we're going to need somebody full-time.
Good for now, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilwoman?
Will Wilma be the one training all three positions at the same time, or are you gonna break it up and hire them at different times?
Yeah, she'll actually be working with the director,
Okay.
but then she'll be moving on to another.
Do you know how long the training process is?
She said probably a couple of weeks, just to make sure that this person is completely entrenched. And again, the individual will already have purchasing experience.
Okay. What are you
So-
looking for in terms of purchasing experience?
We're looking for somebody who's had some municipal background, corporate background, anything that they're used to dealing with proper procedures. One of the questions that was asked during the interview process was, are you prepared to push back on anyone, including the mayor, if they try to circumvent the process and the proper practices? So, we're confident that, given the screening that we've done, the questioning that we've done, the background checks that we're doing, that at least this person coming into this position will be able to hit the ground running.
So you're not just looking for like 1 to 2 years of experience, you're looking for somebody who's been in it a while?
Correct.
Especially after what's happened?
That's correct.
Okay, that definitely needs to happen.
Thank you. Councilwoman O'Connor?
Frank, does Wilma have an end date with us? Is she only here for a certain amount of time, or as long as we need her?
Right now, it's open.
Okay, so then what happens if you do hire someone and Wilma's training them, and 2 weeks into it, she doesn't think they can do the job?
Then we'd have to have a negotiation session with her to see if we'd be able to extend her time being here.
And she would have the right to go to you or the mayor and
Yes.
say, I don't think this person is gonna work out?
Yes. She has no problem voicing her concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Bruno?
Frank, sorry, thanks for coming before us. I missed how we're gonna fund these positions. I know that, Councilman Quagliani had asked it, but I missed it. How are these gonna be funded? And where's the money coming from?
So, for this year, the state changed the formula that they're using for the pilot funding, and that's for the payment in lieu of taxes. So the VA, the universities, the hospitals don't pay taxes.
Yep.
So there's a formula that the state uses to allocate money to towns that have those types of facilities. West Haven, in the past, that number had declined over the years. With this redefining, it brings the money back into the city. So that was unbudgeted revenue that we're seeing.
But that would be a one-time revenue,
No,
right?
that would be a continuing revenue
Each year?
each year,
Okay.
until they change the formula again.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
So is that how we're planning on funding it next year?
Yes.
The year after?
Yes.
What are we doing with the rest of the 1.8 million?
At
I
this-
just, because, not just you, but we historically spend money like 3 or 4 times.
Like drunken sailors. Yeah. And it's not just that, it's also, there's $500,000 of property sold this year. That's reflected in your revenue page.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sorry.
Nope, you go right ahead.
I was gonna say, what I've had discussions with the mayor about and with OPM about is the city should put together a policy when it comes to revenues from property sold. How much of it are they going to put aside to take care of existing liabilities for like OPEB or the pensions? How much can they set aside for capital needs? And then how much can just be used as needed?
Mhm.
But without that policy in place, it's kind of an open.
So now that you're bringing that up, when, what is, it's not George,
Jermaine?
Dan Coder? Doug. When he came before us, he was talking about how he audited some accounts. And you found like $167,000. Were those accounts the accounts that I asked to be balanced back in 2020? The capital non-reoccurring, is that where
Yes.
he found that money?
Yes, so we started pulling all that together and going,
Mhm.
sifting through that detail.
Okay.
To find out, right now, that fund is in a surplus position.
Okay.
The fact is that as we go farther back in time,
Mhm.
monies were not applied, or the revenues and the budget were not applied correctly to individual projects, rather to the fund itself.
Mhm.
So trying to sift back through that has become more difficult, but we've gotten to the point where we're comfortable enough that we were able to identify funds within Public Works that they've appropriated for trucks over the years and never bought any. So, yeah, so it's been a process, and that's something that accounting and I are working on to try to fix that. The goal is, what I'd like to be able to do is, once we can get these things fixed and in place, is to include as part of the monthly package a breakdown of the capital fund, the capital non-recurring, as well as, now that Gisela is here, who's the grants person, the grants accountant, to be able to provide updates on the various grants as to where we are, what monies are outstanding, where are we working on at the time. Similar to what I do with the high school page, where we show what all the expenses are and what the outstanding reimbursement from the state is at that given point in time.
I just think, and it's off topic, so we need to get back to the communication, but I just think it's crazy to think that we paid for projects and that we historically never went back to get the money from the grants. I mean, like, that is
Yeah.
just unreal to me,
To the tune of millions.
to the tune of millions. Does anyone else have any questions regarding the staffing position? All right, thank you. So for the,
Can I just make a quick plug?
Sure.
You have a state representative amongst you. So just quick on pilot. So pilot in 2015 was about 4.5 million. And then right when the city had its worst financial crisis, it went down to 4. And now it's going up again. It's really, really important. So I hope everybody, when they're sharing coffee or any sort of pastries with Trinae, encourage her to be supportive with her colleagues, that this change in pilot is very exciting, very important to our community.
so it's going after the grant money that we left on the table.
Yes, that requires people, though. It wasn't a body, and now we have Giselle. Giselle's a new hire, just saying.
We,
She's a new hire, she is.
The money that she, with the money that's been recouped so far, more than paid for her salary.
I never said, listen to me.
Yeah.
I will take Giselle for coffee.
Oh,
She's
yeah?
like my new best friend. Somebody's gotta keep an eye on the dollars. I appreciate that. All those in favor of Communication F from the Finance Committee?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Communication G, bid waiver. C?
See,
Oh. Sorry. That's thick. Emergency expenditure request for police department. It's not mechanical, electrical, and fire, it's just the HVAC. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor.
Discussion?
Discussion, yes.
Frank?
Frank?
So Frank, we've had a robust discussion over the last several meetings about this particular agenda item, and I think we parsed it apart. I think the fire alarm, we moved out for another date. I think we passed the air conditioning system in the server room, and what lies here is the HVAC system for the police department, which I don't think anybody's going to argue is needed. I think we'd like to know, I'd like to know how we're gonna pay for this. We had a discussion about, anticipated LoSiP money and ARPA money, and unless something's changed, none of those two are currently available. So how do we go about paying for this?
So I can tell you that HVAC and air handling is absolutely 100% approved under ARPA. The expectation originally was to use those funds to fund this project within the entire list. Once the council passed the resolution or said that no ARPA funds would be spent until the final list is brought before them, we stopped this program and effectively told Public Works and Mr. Coulter that unless they can find a source of funds, this can't go forward. Right now, we are expecting, although I haven't seen the final list of the ARPA projects, I am expecting this to be on it. If it's not on it, we will need to add it to the capital plan for fiscal '23 and bond for it.
So what action do you need for the council for this? Anything?
I think it's more because I wouldn't let them actually move forward with the project because we don't have funding in place. It was more to get the council approval to allow them to do that with the expectation that if they can't pass the ARPA plan, we're going to put it in the '23 capital budget.
All right, I got to roll back my tape on my
Yep.
memory, but I do believe we had a hearty discussion about they're on the truck, headed here, and we need a check to pay them, or they're already here, and we already paid them $100,000, or depending on which meeting we were at, it changed. But my understanding is these HVAC units are ordered, there's a commitment to the vendor, and they were on a truck heading our way. I don't know if they've arrived here or not, but, so, if you're telling me that this is just an authorization that they could buy these in 2023, then you don't require any action from us tonight.
Well, if they need to cut a check this year, I won't let them cut a check because there's no official funding source yet. We have cash in the bank to cover the check. But without a proper funding source, I won't let them spend the money, and that's where they're getting hung up. I told them they need to get council approval in order to do that.
All right, so then, as far as you're concerned as the finance director, there's no action on our part tonight.
Other than allowing them to spend the money with the expectation of funding it next year.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
So, Councilman Quagliani just made a good point, is that we were told, playing back that reel, that $100,000 has already been paid out of the general fund for this.
I believe it was charged against the public works budget.
I really hope so, because my problem would be that goes against the charter, right? That you can't take that money out of the whatever fund was stated, the contingency,
Right.
huh?
No, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
It was charged against the public works.
Okay.
So Frank, you signed the voucher then that approved for them to spend $100,000 when you're standing up here telling us that they can't do that until we approve a source of funding
Well,
for them.
they can't spend the 300,000 or whatever the HVAC system was.
And did they have $100,000 in their budget? Because I looked through this budget and
They did.
it's a mess.
They did at the time, but since then, they've had other emergencies that had to be billed against the public works.
So they overspent.
They've overspent,
But this isn't for Public Works, it's for the police department.
but there's no line item within the police department for building maintenance and repair.
Who signed off on the voucher?
Probably Tom McCarthy, head of Public Works.
And for the finance department?
Well, you mean me?
This is like the gift that just
Just
keeps
keeps
on
giving.
giving.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, I'm done for now.
Okay, so where are these units? We were told 2 were here and 2 were en route. Have any of them arrived? Where are they?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Because they're pretty big, right?
They need a crane to put them up on the top of the building.
Mine meant you couldn't hide them.
You couldn't
No.
hide them?
You couldn't hide them.
You couldn't
They're
just
that
stick them
big.
behind a building.
So, I don't know. Thank you.
Listen, I really hate to do this, Mr. Chairman, at 9:24, but I'd like a majority caucus, please.
All right, we go to majority caucus. Recess for majority caucus.
get this right.
Oh, God.
I haven't seen you in forever.
All right, let's get through this. We're talking midnight the way we're going. All right, we're gonna hold this.
I just texted my wife, I said, happy Valentine's Day, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta take her to dinner or something.
That's why I gave her something this morning.
Okay,
I didn't take
we go.
Peter's candy, I took Nancy's because she wasn't here. Oh, you can have it. It was mint, I like the mint. Oh, you do? I don't like those.
Okay, we're back in session. Frank, come up to the podium, please. Frank, at this time, we're going to hold this communication, and we're going to get more information next meeting for the council. And I want yourself, I'm going to ask the mayor, I'm going to ask Lou Esposito, and I'm going to ask Tom McCarthy to attend the meeting, so we can straighten this all out and see where we're going.
Good.
Because we're confused, and it's one person saying one thing, they took 100,000, you're saying one thing, another one's saying another thing, we got the units, we don't have the units, I'm confused. And furthermore, people shouldn't be signing things that they shouldn't be signing, and I'm up to here with it, all right? So nothing against you, but I want all those people here to explain this thing once and for all. So we're going to hold this communication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Bridget?
You have two more.
I have two more,
No,
right?
no, no, we need to withdraw the second and the first.
Oh, can we withdraw?
I'll withdraw.
Councilwoman- And the second was
Was it
Councilwoman
me?
O'Connor?
I withdraw.
Mhm. Thank you, Stacy. You're welcome. And
Next one is G.
is that the purchasing? Yes, it is, sorry. So I would like to bring this out favorably, a bid waiver request for the purchasing consultant in the finance department.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman
Second.
Akrobarili. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Hamilton. We open it up for discussion. Anyone have any questions? I just want to ask the finance. Nobody has questions?
No, 'cause
Councilman
it's
Bruno?
to keep
We gonna
them.
put an end date on that we spoke about with that, or no?
Yeah, well, we're just bringing it out for discussion right
Okay,
now,
I'm sorry,
yes.
go ahead. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? Frank, if you did want to come up and we can just talk to you real quickly. We were open, definitely to approving it, but we did want the waiver, the bid waiver to, I did not write this right, expire on June 30th. So if we are going to
Yes.
keep her past June 30th, then you would come
We
back
would go
before
out
the
for- we would-
council.
We would go either with another bid,
Correct.
right.
And do that. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And I think, I have
What
one more?
about J vehicles?
Oh, you have J.
Jay?
Yep. The electric vehicles.
The electrical
I'd like to
cars.
take a motion and bring the electric vehicles, here it is. The advanced bonding expenditure request electric vehicle purchase bid waiver on charging infrastructure contractor.
So moved.
Motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton and Councilwoman Akbarali. Yes. We'll open it up for discussion. Councilman Quagliani.
Frank, where's the money coming from for the vehicles?
They're in the fiscal '23 bonding projects.
So we're approving this for you to order it in fiscal '23?
It's the same concept as the HVAC. We're asking for your approval to spend the money with the expectation to bond for it next year. It was in the 5-year plan that was approved last year, so you could see it in your budget book. It's actually part of the anticipated capital expenditures in fiscal '23.
So has any wheels have been put in motion with this communication as far as, holding the vehicles at a dealership, getting the vehicles, writing a check, any of those things?
Not that I know of. I can certainly find out for you. I think the issue was a price issue, that they were expecting the price increase to happen within the next few months.
So where would we get the money now? You said it was in FY '23.
Correct. So the project would be set up. It would show a deficit in that project until October of next year when we bond the next round, and the money would be put into that project.
I'm done.
Stacy, I just want to, it is my understanding, we've already approved this bid waiver, so I'm
We
not
have.
sure why this, okay,
We
because
have.
it's still on here, and I just read it.
Right, the bid waiver's been approved at the last meeting.
Right, okay. Thank you. Are there any other, questions for Frank on this?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Bruno, go ahead.
Sorry. Frank, we're gonna have these cars before '23,
Correct.
and how are you gonna pay for those?
We have the money in the bank to cover the check. It's the accounting end of it. So it would show as a deficit until we actually bond next year, unless Public Works is willing to use the money that was bonded this year for vehicles to pay for these, and then swap it out and buy whatever they were gonna do this year.
Is there any money left from that we had for bonding vehicles this year?
I don't think they've spent all the money for the vehicles this year.
Okay. And these cars we already issued a PO on these cars.
I believe they've identified the vehicles. I would have to check the system to see if they actually cut a purchase order for it. Because you would have to the project was more than likely set up. Well, before I say that, let me say that typically we would not set up a project unless funding had been identified.
That's what my whole
Yeah.
point of the question is, right?
Yeah, so this would allow us to create the project and for them to move forward with it.
Okay. And we need 10 of these vehicles? Not 5, not 6, we need 10?
I think that's what they're looking for.
Okay. All set, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Chairman, as not to sound like a broken record, and I feel like I have, and I am just, we don't know where the money, and I understand that there's money in the bank that's gonna cover it, but I don't think that's appropriate, in my opinion, in my opinion. I don't think that, it's not an emergency purchase, it's, we're planning, well, we're gonna use money now, and then we're gonna bond for it. But when we say bond for '23, we don't mean the year '23, you mean what, the
Fiscal
fiscal
23.
year. So it would start in July.
We
But
would
when are we-
bond at the end of September, early October.
Okay, even worse. So
Yeah.
that money's gone from our, until then,
Correct.
until we get it back. Like,
Correct.
that is unacceptable.
It's a continuation of the same
And-
bad practice that
Yes.
got the city
So now
into
you
problems.
understand why we won't be moving forward until, Chairman, I think we're gonna hold this as well. Can we, if the council, did you want, Councilwoman McGee? You agree? Okay, can, you pull back the second and the first?
I pull back.
I pull back.
And we'll hold this until we can get the people, that are, responsible for this in front of us. It is $158,000 or $190, it's just, okay. So now the time is now 9:55 and the finance committee is closed.
Thank you, Councilwoman
Thank you.
Wojciechowski. Yes, would be Gary, right? Next, turn it over to Councilman Donovan on Streets and Squares Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. The time now is 9:55. This committee is on public lands. Streets and Squares is now in session, I'm sorry. Members present, let me get the right numbers here. Members present are Councilman Johnstone, Councilwoman Aquarelli, Councilman Boris, and Councilman Galignano, and myself acting as chair. We have communication A from myself regarding discussion concerning the parking on Salini Place. I'd like to make a motion to bring this out favorably. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Discussion. Okay. We're going to have a discussion on this, and it'll be open up to not only the committee, it's open up to the whole council about Salini Place. Now, my understanding with that is the first communication or the first information I got about Salini Place was that the police department they went through the police department and they already okayed the parking for both sides of Salini Place as emergency parking only. Getting that more information, which we found out today as well, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Bruno, talking to Chief Perno, is that the right side or the north side of the street, as they call it, will be a drop-off area. There'll be some handicap parking, but it'll be a drop-off only, so that you just go and you drop the patients off or whatever, so they can go into the Hartford Healthcare. The left side, my understanding now, is that it'll be open for the public. Public can park there, public can, do what they have to during the day. At nighttime, it's going to be closed, so if there's a concert on the green or something, those spots will be available. I guess they're going to add some couple handicap parking spaces, which is actually good on that. So that's basically what we were talking about, and I wanted to bring this discussion out. I do want to hear from everybody else if anybody else has any questions or concerns with that. Bobby, I don't know if you want to speak on what you know about it as well.
Sure. So they're going to put some rumble strips on the road to keep the speed down, if I understood that correctly. The south side facing the green would be where the public can park. And then the north side would be where emergency vehicles, if they had to get in there, and pick up and drop off of patients, like, in 15-minute increments or what have you. If I understood it correctly, if that helps you at all.
Yeah, no, it does. You all set?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hamilton?
So I'm taking it'll be like signage, but like how much signage? So like on the north side, you said it would be like 15 minutes, no standing, no whatever on one side. And then the other side, there'll be more signs saying, what would the side of the park say?
Well, I don't know that, and that's why I wanted to bring this out, because what I do want is, I want something written from either the police department or a representative from the police department that was in this discussion to bring it before us so we can have a better educated understanding on what exactly they're looking to do at Salini.
Okay.
I can't answer your, yes, Councilwoman Husky, sorry.
This is probably not going to be popular. So I don't understand why we're going to put the, I call that road bumps, speeding bumps.
Right.
On Salini Place. Is it because Hartford Health is moving there? Because if that is the case, why did we ever do it for Veterans Hospital? Like, make it make sense. But before we start, we have schools where they're speeding. All of a sudden, Enlighten me.
I can speak that there were complaints about
Tell me
the
again?
speed. I can speak that there were complaints about the speed once we made the change, the cutoff.
Once we made what change?
On this, at this area, once we made, people are
What-
speeding through.
So who got those complaints?
I don't know, I heard about them. I'm sure the
Oh,
police
you
heard
didn't
them.
hear about the speeding at Washington School? You didn't hear about the speeding that
I
happened?
did not. I didn't, but that doesn't mean anything.
So we got speeding complaints from the West Haven PD? Like-
They went to the PD too, yeah.
Because Chestnut, they've had crashes where cars are being totaled. I need to know that we're doing it and we're being equal, and it's, because if we're doing it over there, I can't even make a left-hand and turn onto, Spring Street over near the Veterans Hospital. Like, it is, like,
Not disagreeing with you.
well, I'm a no. And you're not gonna get speed bumps over there when I get it all the time in the first district, all the time. You got me, like, this is insane. Like, all of a sudden, we're gonna start putting in speed bumps? There's a list, like, get in line, like, there's a list. Gets me annoyed. It just, it's convenient.
Councilman Donovan, if I may.
A rumble, I'll make it.
You all set?
What's the difference?
It's pretty much the same thing, right?
Well, what's the rumble split? You're gonna flatten their tires if they're speeding?
Yes, you
You're
can
gonna
have
say,
both.
okay.
And then I'd like to say something.
That make noise.
Right, so why don't we have it at Sunrock
All
School?
right, Councilwoman Hosky, maybe we can get something here. Councilman Bruno?
If I may,
You
Councilman
may.
Oski,
I would-
they're gonna put, not speed bumps, but rumble strips, and what's happening is, that road is now being used as a cut-through to get to Forest Road, and there's a lot of speeding vehicles there. So what the concern is that when Hartford Healthcare moves in there, that the traffic's gonna be going way too fast up that little bitty road to cut on the Forest Road. So it was a concern that Hartford Healthcare brought to the PD's attention, asking for that. And that's where it sort of stemmed from, if you would.
All set,
I am, thank you.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
I understand what Councilwoman Hosky's saying, and I understand her concern, but perhaps it's a beginning to pinpoint where, it's a small street, it's a start, and maybe we can talk about it throughout the city, but I don't think we should discount it, because maybe it's the beginning of just getting them in other places too. Personal opinion. That's it.
You all set, Councilwoman Hamilton?
I'm through.
You all set? Councilman
So,
Galagano? you
I
okay?
have to agree with Councilwoman Hosky. I have been working on trying to get speed bumps on Clifton Street over 5 years. You think that I had the police down there, I had everybody sign petitions. You think somebody would have said to me, let's put rumble strips in there, and we'd start with that. That was over I believe David was there with me, actually, at least 5 years ago, if not longer. And I got nothing. So I would have to agree with Councilwoman Hosky on this one. That's just my personal opinion, because I get nothing but complaints, because that's a cut-through street too. And I had the police there, I had the chief there, I had big meetings there, and got nowhere.
You all
Thank
set,
you.
sir? Councilwoman McGee, good?
I was just gonna say, unless this is an open door to holding those police departments accountable, especially for putting these in other areas, I mean, I feel like it could be, an opportunity for us to voice our concerns about where there needs to be rumble strips, in other areas. Malloy Road is really bad. There's been like deadly car accidents there. But also if we oppose it, what is the residual impact of it? Is that going to affect Hartford Health coming in? I mean, what's that gonna look like?
Yeah. Right, so that's why I'm hoping we can get a representative here from the police department that can answer that. You all set, Councilwoman? Magee?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Boris?
I agree with what they're saying. I think that, you know what, like, I understand the frustration that everybody else would love to see, and you're right, everybody should, think about the schools and all that, but, this could be a potential where it saves somebody's life. And, I think that if that's where we have to start, then it's a good idea.
Anyone else? No. Chairman?
The individuals went to the police department directly. Like, there's no vote on this tonight at all. We can't vote on this. We want a representative from the police department to come here. Now, since they changed that area around, I noticed the police department did put up the box to check speeds. They took a survey. It was news to me to find out a couple of weeks ago that they had a meeting at the PD and they approved this. A lot of taxpayers were for it in that area, and there was a lot against it. Especially when said they were going to take both sides of parking, and then come to find out it was changed. I agree. I mean, we could use speed bumps other places too, especially by Forest School. People speed over there all the time, especially David Street. But I would bring a police department representative here and talk to us about it and get the exact answers. And, other people have been asking for speed bumps and nothing was done. Why all of a sudden this is getting done quickly?
Can I ask the chief a question when it's done? Good.
Councilwoman Hosky?
And that's part of what I was gonna say. What is the data? Like, what is the data that makes this area all of a sudden? Is it hypotheticals? Were there crashes there? Or is it just, they're speeding? Because down Washington Avenue, they race. Down Captain Thomas Boulevard, we lost a family friend years ago. Guys were speeding and they were hit the motorcycle. He died. So we have actual casualties. Captain Thomas Boulevard is a raceway. Beach Street, I know it's not my district, is a raceway.
Yep. We also had a death there.
So we could say, it is a start based on what? Because I would have thought the start would have been when we had people dying in the street on Captain Thomas Boulevard. I just, like I said, make it make sense. I need data.
You all set, Councilman?
Go
Councilman?
ahead.
Yeah, Councilwoman, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to know too, the cost, like what will this cost the city?
No, I agree, and again, this is why we need a representative.
Okay.
That's why I wanted this discussion,
I
because we
understand.
got no information. I had no information brought, and if this is gonna be something, I wanna make sure it's not gonna go forward without us, anything coming to us, so we can discuss it and bring it forward, so. These are all good, absolute, awesome questions. You all set?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Bruno?
Mr. Chairman, seeing that we're in deep discussion on this, if they're parking on both sides, will there be a problem getting an emergency vehicle up or down that, such as Tower 1? Will there be a problem with them parked on both sides with the amount of traffic that's now going to experience? Will there be a problem getting a rescue vehicle up and down that road?
No, because they park on both sides now, the vehicles go by there now. But like I said before, rescue vehicles could go around back. That building got walkthroughs. It's got a major hallway, you could go from front to back. So they all got doors behind each one of those.
I respect that, Chief, but let's say the tower's got to get to Derby Avenue, they're going to use that as a cut-through, right?
No, it can't, it's a one-way.
Yeah, one way to Forest Road.
Yeah,
Right, so they're going to go up that road.
yeah, well, they come from the hill, they won't go down that way.
Okay. Nothing else, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
We have the citizen that comes before us a lot, and she mentions all the time about a memorial that's on Selene Place. Will that be disturbed at all with this parking lot?
My understanding, like I said, is that statue is on the green that she's talking about. The left side or south side of Selene is going to be just open to the public parking still. As will the right side after hours supposedly. The right side or the north side will be a drop-off area only. And I think you were just given a guesstimate about a 15-minute, whatever it is. Those are the questions that, excuse me, we'll ask when we have a representative here from the police department as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, that communication. Oh,
We're gonna send a letter to.
We're gonna withdraw the first and the second, hold it, so it can come back on the agenda to invite the.
okay, all right, so
Yeah,
we'll
so
do
we
that. So
need-
who, second?
So, did I don't know, did I make a motion?
You made the motion.
So who's the
retract it.
second?
I believe it was Mitch.
Okay.
Yes. We're gonna send a letter to
I didn't have it.
traffic division. I shook my head hard.
Oh.
No, I didn't.
And-
4 hours.
Okay, so, you all set, Steve?
No, you have communication C.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't
we're
know.
good, we're
So
good.
I want to keep going, so.
Mhm.
All right, we have communication C. From Commissioner Tom McCarthy of Public Works Department regarding streetlight 215 Jeffrey Street, so that the UI can install an addition of a 4-foot bracket with its shield to prevent light pollution at 215 Jeffrey Street.
So moved.
Okay, motion second? Victor's second. All in favor? Sorry, or no, discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passed unanimously. The time is now 10:12, and the Committee on Streets and Squares is now closed.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan.
Am I bringing, excuse me, Chairman, am I bringing this back up again as a resolution? Are you bringing, I gotta bring it back up. for the-
Bring the resolution up on the 215 Jaffrey.
After,
The
when
215 Jeffrey, the one on the parking is just gonna not
No,
for.
no.
for-
The one I
215,
just did.
yeah.
215 Jaffrey.
I'm saying
Correct.
No, wait, Ian.
Tell
Okay.
Okay, now we do redevelopment, and it'd be Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor. Chair.
Good evening. The time is 10:13. The Committee on Redevelopment is now in session. The members are Gary Donovan, Ron Pagliani, Shernay McGee, and Councilman Mitch, and myself acting as chairwoman. Chris Soto, thank you so much for staying. I really appreciate it. Chris is going to give us an update on the 11 items that are here. Please hold your questions till the end.
Good evening once again, council members. So the update I'm going to give you is going to be from the planning perspective. So my main focus is with these applications is what pertains to the land use matters, which has been my involvement in it. So we're talking permits, we're talking P&Z applications, so forth and so on. So with Thompson School, our involvement has mainly been working to try and do some zoning amendments. So we did some zoning amendments to increase the density in the neighborhood, in the zone actually, and then we also worked to cap the maximum amount of parking spaces that are required throughout the city. And that was that was mostly in response to a change in state statute that put that cap on us anyway. We just codified it into our regulations. That should allow us to be able to better market the building and get it moving. So we moved before having an actual proposal kind of sitting. So without having a site plan and whatnot, what we did was to amend the zoning map and the zoning regs so that when those plans eventually come before us, we can go ahead and accept them and not have to delay a potential project for several months. The Blake Building, we haven't been so involved in, but I believe you folks have an item on your agenda for that a little later on, so you'll have those discussions then. With Style School, it sits in our TOD, and we've had some interest from folks that are in the hydroponic plant nursery business. And so that was not an allowed use in the zone, so we went ahead and did some proactive zone regulation changes for that, and then we'll see the application and we'll usher it through when it comes back for the TOD at that point. With Cumberland Farms, that's a project that was stalled, not really through any fault of our own, but there was an appeal on that project, on a variance. The judge disagreed with our ZBA, so the folks at Cumberland Farms came back to us to change what amounts to about 3 words in our regulations that was holding their project up. So that was, we worked with them and got that through successfully at our last P&Z meeting. So those regulations should be effective by the end of the month, and then we'll see their project come back through, and we'll go back through the special permit process for them. We spoke with the folks at Chicks to kind of just take the temperature of where their project is at and what could we do to help them. We've spoken with them in the past in terms of what they need to do in order to come before the commission. Right now, the raising of Beach Street is one of the things that's kind of holding them off. So it impacts how they do their engineering, right? And it impacts what they want to do. If they get a project going now and they leave it at the current elevation and the road raises, then you might be sitting in the restaurant looking at an embankment or somewhat of an embankment as opposed to clear views of the beach. So that's kind of what they're waiting on to resolve itself. They have worked on some wetland mappings and done some other engineering, but I think, they don't want to put the cart before the horse and then they miss an opportunity. I spoke with the attorney for the Debonair, or we tried to get in touch with them. We haven't really had any updates from them after their purchase. So we just think that, maybe they moved on an opportunity and they're in kind of a similar holding pattern to see what they can effectively get out of that property. When they were doing their due diligence, we spoke about a wide variety of different possibilities, and I presume that they're with their design team trying to figure that out, but we haven't been able to, we haven't touched base with them to be able to kind of get a clear direction of where they're going. With the Beach Street road raising, we recently were before the Harbor Commission to doing a pre-application consultation. The Harbor Commission agreed to allow the project to move forward without objection. So what that means is that they reserve the right to continue to review the application throughout the actual deep permit. So we've submitted well, not we, but the engineering department has submitted the deep permit for that. So we expect to hear back from them about 5 months is our estimate of kind of the tail end of when we'll hear back from them on that one. We hope by the end of the year to then have also awarded the contract to do the actual raising. And hopefully next summer that's completed. With the solar panels on the dump, that project hasn't come before us quite just yet in my department. Corporation Counsel is still working on acquiring some of that land. So once that happens, we'll see it come before us. I suspect we'll start working on some regulations with regards to solar panels pretty soon here as well. And so that'll be where we step in and try to pave a way to have that process go through. The bus shelter project was one that you had me scratching my head on, because I haven't even heard peripheral conversations on that one. Abdul informs me that if we're on the same wavelength, that was monies received through SCROG to do bus shelter improvements, and that program has, that money was spent and those improvements were done.
That was, the bus
So,
shelter
am I wrong?
project
Okay.
was something that Lee brought up to us about advertising.
When he's done, don't leave the podium when you're done.
All righty. The Campbell Avenue mixed-use project, if you're not familiar with that one, that was 140 dwelling units with some mixed retail use at the bottom. That had some interesting meetings at Inland Wetlands and the Planning and Zoning Commission. The projects did get approved through Planning and Zoning and Inland Wetlands, but it has been appealed. And so on appeal, they can get overturned by the court. So it's just wise for the developer to hold until that's resolved. And it's kind of in its infancy. We're still doing, we just did the record certification a few weeks ago on that. So there haven't been any arguments in court on that yet. So that one might take a while to kind of get through the court system and then come back out. And on the Haven, on our end, the approval process for zoning is pretty much set. What we're talking now is your standard, demo, building and whatnot. So where they're at is they've completed their phase one, and I know that it's kind of a sore point, but what they're doing is they're just continuing to remove the rubble from their demo. So we'd expect that once that happens, they'll come back for a phase two and do the demo of the rest of the project. And then there's some other deals that are going on with that project that our office, or at least I haven't been involved in, so I can't speak to them all entirely, but.
And I know we talked briefly over the phone, because I forgot to include it in the list. Do you have any updates on the brewery?
The brewery, so yes, so tomorrow, so our involvement so far with them has kind of, again, been on speaking as to what needs to happen in order for them to do site development and whatnot. So we've done a couple proactive things, whether it be the brewery there or not, and just that site in general. So the first thing we did was to remove the open space zone designation. Was over like 75% of that building. So there was an open space designation over a building, which made no sense. That would have delayed any project going forward because we would have needed all sorts of variances to get through it, and then there's requirements as to what meets the standard for a variance. So we went to the Open Space Commission, we went to P&Z, and we moved that down to the walkway where you have proper open space. So that'll allow us, whether it's the brewer or anybody else, to work with the conference center and redevelop that in whatever fashion that needs to be. And then the other thing we did was we actually approved brewery, distilleries, and farm winery uses throughout the city. So seeing that seemed like an interest, we took the opportunity to allow that use throughout the city in commercial districts, so that if the opportunity arose somewhere else, we weren't one-offing one of these, right? So if someone wants to do a steakhouse and a microbrewery, if you watch the video later and that's what you want to do, that'll be fine. I like a place to eat. So, but we kind of paved the way to allow for those uses to come throughout town. So we created rules for all of that. And then specifically what they have on the agenda now, which is kind of the first part of a project that you'll see, is they're asking for some open space modifications on the sidewalk that kind of goes in front of the Seven Rock Center now. So that'll be before the Open Space Commission. I forgot my dates. It should be tomorrow, I believe. So, and that's actually the Inland Wetlands Commission is the one who oversees our open space. So we'll see that there, and then they'll be deciding on kind of a general concept or the viability of shifting the sidewalk over a bit. And then that'll propel the project. That'll allow them to make some design adjustments if they need to or whatnot moving forward.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the committee first. Does anyone on the redevelopment committee have any questions for Mr. Soto?
I do. Hey, Chris, how about cannabis dispensaries? Like, what's our planning and zone? I would imagine we need to put rules in place if the city is going to allow it. And then secondly, is the planning and zoning, would that be the entity that would either put a moratorium on it or designate where sales of cannabis could be held, or how's that work?
Sure. So by design of the law, we don't have to do anything, right? The law right now is in effect. Someone could apply and we would treat it as a like use, which means that we would treat it in the same fashion we would a liquor store. The commission at its last meeting last week took up the issue, and they discussed on whether or not we should consider a moratorium. And being that initially we get 2 licenses, or we can approve 2 licenses for the city of West Haven, they figured we just might as well go ahead and get some rules in place. So just today I finished drafting some language that we'll be presenting to the commission, and they'll be looking at it on the 23rd. So you'll see some rules. You'll see the language come up on our city's website. We'll post it at town council, at the city clerk's office, so that it's there within the requisite 10 days prior for everyone to read, and they'll formally take up a text amendment on the 23rd.
So basically, it could go anywhere within, they could sell anywhere within the city that a liquor store could sell.
So, yeah, and that's the state statute. So when they passed the state statute, they built that in. So,
the commission can make it more restrictive, though, if they choose?
Yes, right. So the commission, so the state law allows them to designate kind of where they can allow them, and we can place distance requirements and whatnot. So the consensus at the last P&Z meeting was that to treat it kind of in the same way we do dispensaries and the production facilities now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions? All right, it's open up to the rest of the council. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Soto? Councilman Bruno?
Chris, thanks. Thank you for coming before us. Just a quick question. So, on the havens, as you know, it's a heated topic.
Sure.
They're taking buildings down, which means they're reducing what they're gonna pass in taxes. There's no stop gaps. We got no idea what they're doing or when they're gonna do it. Can you get them before us, in the next meeting or two, so we can come up with a plan of what they're gonna do?
I can surely ask.
Because we are really looking for some answers now. I mean, there's not enough going on there.
Sure. If you would be so kind and you send me kind of a list of, if you itemize something that I can have them and say, hey, this is what they're gonna be looking for, or you want to give me a call, and I'll put something together for them so that they're not showing up here kind of on a cold call almost.
Well, I mean, you would think by now they would know what the questions are gonna be, but that's fine.
Sure.
That's how you want it.
Sure.
Thank you, Colin.
Councilwoman?
So I just want to verify that you said that the Beach Street Road raise will be about 5 months, you said, for
That's what we expect to hear back from Deep on the permit.
the permit.
Yeah.
So after the permit, you said it will probably take until the end of the year, you're saying?
So from what Abdul is telling me, what we expect is it'll take them about 5 months to basically actually give us the permit and go through the entire review process. And then he expects that we'll put the work out to bid, go through that whole process, and then hopefully by the end of the year have an awardee selected.
Okay, so the second phase won't start this year then? Because we were told by the city that it was going to probably start in the summer.
So based upon what the timeline Abdul has given me, that seems to be a correct assumption.
So that's changed again?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilwoman Houski?
I have a couple questions. So Armstrong, it was my understanding that they were sold? Somebody bought it?
That's what it seems like, yes.
It seems like that?
Well, again, so, I'm
Just
dealing
curious.
dealing on the planning side, so not really like the real estate and the kind of money in the deal side, so.
So they haven't come for
They
any
have not approached
permits
us
or
about
anything
it,
like that?
no.
Okay. Could we maybe have Lee come up and answer the other ones that Chris didn't know about if no one else has questions? Because I'm very curious.
Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Soto?
No, we like him.
All right, so don't go anywhere yet, but have Lee come up, please.
So on Armstrong, the new owners have a history in New York. They're in the apartment business, so we are anticipating apartment proposals, and in fact, they showed an interest in some of our other properties for apartment proposals.
So when we say they bought Armstrong, is it that whole, because it's
Not the back part,
just
but
the
it's,
front?
but it's your Art Deco office fascia, and then all along Elm Street. But not, that corner building is separate ownership in the back.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to.
All right, so let's see. Thompson School, what we plan to do is provide you with a contract for sale at your next meeting for a request for approval with a specific developer, the request of the mayor, and we've approved the beginning of the remediation now that the zoning is approved. Blake Building, one of the reasons I wanted Chris here, because we discussed this, but you correct me if I'm taking words out of your mouth. We're going to take the existing zoning, so if you picture Route 1, you have an existing zoning, we're just going to pull it back because it abuts, that property abuts the existing zoning. We're just going to pull that zone to cover this building for the commercial use, and it shouldn't impact any of the R2 zoning beyond that. Again, you will receive a proposed contract on that project in executive session. Style School, you will receive a proposed contract on the Style School in executive session for approval, but I would ask the chair, I will be seeking approval of that contract at your next meeting, and if we could have a public hearing on that Style School for before your next meeting, so that we could have the hearing and approve it on the same night. Cumberland Farms, Chicks, Debonair, and Beach Street, I think you've heard of. The solar panels, we were in negotiations with the owners, but that was getting too complicated because they couldn't agree on what they wanted to do. So I had a consultation with Deep, and we're going to foreclose on all solid waste property. Deep is enthusiastic about that, and we're going to facilitate our solar panel project and probably facilitate some other stuff, believe it or not, as long as we can get projects that are productive for the city and yet don't disturb the actual solar, the actual old dump site itself, for example. So DEEP is happy with the solar project because, as you might imagine, solar panels kind of sit there. Occasionally they're maintained, but you don't have a lot of personal traffic or vehicular traffic on a solar panel project. So landfills, solar, we've seen that all over the state, including Hartford. So they're enthusiastic about that. But they've also expressed support for the idea, if we had to lose some of our compost site, because that's where the state wants us to put our new boat launch, that we could create some existing compost capacity within that landfill site. And there are some spots to be able to do that, so they're happy about that. And, other uses that would provide revenue where you won't have children in school and you won't have traffic are also billboards and cell towers. Pretty high site. It's probably a pretty good cell tower use. And we wouldn't have to disturb to any strong degree, which DEEP wouldn't want anyway, the actual dump site. They are in arrears in excess of, $600,000. Without having a monetary incentive to take over the dump site, there was really no reason to foreclose. There is an existing statutory ability that would have allowed the city and me to create the solar site without foreclosing. But DEEP, after my conversations with DEEP, it does seem like foreclosing is the best way to go. And I think we'll see the solar process. We had it a winning bidder. They're looking to apply for their, I don't want to call it reimbursements, what are they, credits, solar credits. So I would describe their project as on track. The bus shelter project, the person who put the bus shelter project together was one of my students. And unfortunately, she passed the bar. And unfortunately, she passed the bar in New York and now has a very lucrative job with a Chinese bank, since she speaks several dialects of Mandarin. But she has agreed to come tomorrow and finalize whatever we need on the bus shelter. And then we're going to bring in Diane Dietman to sort of be the sort of eyes and ears. Remember, this is a vendor contract. It shouldn't require a lot of oversight, but we will have a person overseeing that, and it will be one shelter at a time, but we should be seeing results of that quite soon, where they take the first shelter. And once I know which one they want to pick, I'll let you guys know, and then hopefully that project gets off and creates more shelters. Campbell Ave, I think Chris has talked about that. The only other updates I have in the Haven, obviously we heard about people wanting to see leverage. I did send my draft interlocal agreement to the Haven folks. They have indicated that they are reviewing it and will get back to me with their response to that in the next 10 days. And in terms of leverage, I mean, the only two leverage points we really have right now are blight liens and, we could condemn buildings. We do have some ability to do that, and then lien properties as we tear down buildings. Problem, as Councilor Bruno has indicated, with tearing down buildings is you lower the value, taxable value of the property. So there's always a catch-22. But if that's what it takes to motivate the developer, then that's what we'll do. The developer is still in, Simon Group is still in pretty good financial position. They've weathered the COVID pretty well. Your own police pension has a very investment portfolio, which includes the Simon Group. So it's still considered a good stock buy. They have doubled down in terms of retail. That's all they do. And so there's no reason to believe they're not going to do this project, except that it does appear they're dragging their feet. I will say that their current use of the grant monies, so there's $5 million in grants for street widening and clearing. The state does not want me to use the word demolition. So the word is clearing, so the clearing of the property. 2 million was allowed for the clearing of the property from Water Street to the water and to Elm. The Elm Street side, that was allowed because that's part of street widening, the clearing. And along the water, that was allowed because there's going to be a 1.5 acre public park along the water. So that was all considered positive for the public and in the public's interest that that money would be spent for that purpose. Money was not specifically allowed to be used to demolish any of the remaining houses, so that's on them. But I continue to be in conversations with them, and Chris will, if you do send them a list, a specific list, we will forward that to them and more than encourage them to respond to that and respond in person or visually if we can get our systems working. And I mean, anything else I would discuss with you folks in executive session. But as I say, all the projects are on track, and you will have either contracts tonight or your next meeting for all 3 schools.
Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions? Councilwoman Hamilton?
Lee, just a quick question. We were talking about solar panels. Has the project at Malloy School, is that all done with the solar panels?
I'd have to check with Neil. I assume so.
Okay.
I
Just
only hear
wondered.
peripherally, and then, when there's some sort of contract to sign, I have to review it and approve it. But I'm pretty, one of the things we were able to do, which is nice, is the solar consultant that we've used for the schools, we leverage for all the other citywide solar projects, which I can tell you right now, the dump never would have gotten off the ground without the guy. So that's a useful tool when we can have capacity to do things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Soto. Thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day. And you did such a great presentation. I'm hoping we could see you quarterly.
All right.
So I'll be in touch soon.
Thank you.
Thank
Take care.
you.
Have a good evening.
Good night.
And your committee on redevelopment is now closed at 10:42.
Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor. Public lands is going to be after the executive session. Unfinished business. All right, committee reports, the clerk.
I need to reopen my committee because I forgot something. So the time is now 10:45 and your finance committee is now reopened. I would like to make a motion that we allow the ARPA committee to put out an RFQ to hire a fund manager, an A&E, which is an architect engineer company, and hire a lawyer and be allowed to spend up to $300,000 prior to the plan coming out so that they can begin that process. That is my motion.
Second.
Taman? Oh, I need the committee to move that. Somebody?
Second.
Second. Is there any discussion? So this is just, what this will do is that it'll give the mayor the ability to assign it, and they would put that stuff out. In speaking with Ken Carney and just conversations that I've had, all the other cities are doing this, like they are out there hiring these. So we just want to get out in front of it. Councilman?
I just asked as part of our updates, we could follow that along, right? Who they're hiring, what the average rate of pay is, that type of stuff. I know you put a a cap on there, but I think it'd be good as part of the update either through finance or whoever the liaison's gonna be to follow that along once we approve it.
I've reached out to Secure Private Counsel currently. That individual law firm will be in place when you're ready to move.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The Committee on Finance is closed at 10:47. 9:47. Is that 10:47? Yes, thank you.
It's 10.
I have my glasses on.
Mr. Chair, I just have one matter in new business when you get there.
We all gotta vote on it? We all gotta vote on it.
Yeah, afterwards, when I do my committee. Yes, Stacy, is that what you're saying to me?
Well, I don't know, I think maybe Lee could, because it wasn't on the agenda, and she just did that in committee,
It was supposed to be under ARPA.
which was an update.
That was an
I
update.
just, procedurally, I just want to know how to move forward.
I've always felt that as long as it's properly recorded in the minutes, it's okay. Procedurally, if you wanted to go out of order, you'd have at least a two-thirds vote of the committee to allow Counselor Hosky to do what she just did. She just did what she just did, and then you'd be completed. But I think all she wanted to do is reflect business, reopen her committee that was already done.
Yeah.
As long as you reflect that properly in the minutes, I think that complies with the open meeting law, because the open meeting law is really about transparency. You had a proper vote. Your vote wasn't harmed by a two-thirds problem.
And when we go into committee reports, the entire council will
I would
know?
add hers into committee reports at the end.
Add it at
In your
the end?
minutes, yes. As if it was there all along.
Okay. Gotcha. We're good.
I'm good.
Good? We good?
Yeah?
All right, committee reports. The clerk will read the communication F into the record.
We have before us a communication F from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of February 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes.
Thank you, Stacy. Now we'll begin with Finance Committee.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the animal shelter donations, reports that the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the West Haven Police Department has received the following donations totaling $3,511 for the animal shelter. Per Connecticut State Statute 7148C 3A and B and the General Order 98-04, we are forwarding these donations for approval. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the animal shelter donations to be deposited into the animal shelter donation account 1010000002825. John Guadio, $50. Nora Jacobson, $50. William Randall Sr., $25. Robert DeFonts, $25. Brenda DeMaio, $30. John Noon, $100. Joseph Durante, $50. Karen DeRosa, $25. Dolores Enico, $75. Mary Hughley, $25. John Mistel, $25. Anawan Fellowcraft Club, $875. Maureen Fallon, $100. Lois Dioro, $25. Nancy Yale Dendas, $100. Michael Adio, $100. Nancy Smith, $20. Marie Sogilia, $10. Angela Russo, $100. Daniel Shine, $50. Lauren Wren, $100. Angela Russo, $100. Dana Coughlin, $30. Florence Palermo, $25. Angela Fawn, $50. John Marin, $25. Joseph Delaney Jr., $50, Linda Kaminsky, $50, Angela Russo, $100, First Congressional Church, $121, and Town Fair Tower Foundation Incorporated, $1,000.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. As Councilwoman Hosky read into record, for the animal shelter, do I get a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Gary? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passes.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter from Abdul Qadir regarding Clean Water Fund loan for the Dawson area contract 2 design and construction, reports that the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of West Haven that it is in the best interest of the City of West Haven to enter into contracts with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. In furtherance of the resolution, Nancy R. Rossi, the mayor, is duly authorized to enter into sign said contracts on behalf of the City of West Haven, Connecticut. The mayor is further authorized to provide such additional information and execute other documents as may be required by the state or the federal government in connection with said contracts and to execute any amendments, rescissions, and revisions thereto. Clean Water Fund 2% loan paid out of the water sewer funds. The mayor is authorized to impress the seal of the City of West Haven, Connecticut on any such document, amendment, rescission, or revision. Adopted February 2022. Did I go too far? No? Attested to by Stacy Ricchio? Oh, okay.
Councilwoman Hosky. Councilwoman Hosky just read in the record for Abdul Qadir for the city manager regarding the Clean Water Fund loan for Dawson Avenue. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Colleen. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion moved.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the unbudgeted staffing request for 2 immediate position additions to the Finance Department, reports that the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the 2 immediate positions to the Finance Department. The positions are Procurement Director, who will oversee all policies and controls of the Finance Department, Purchasing Specialist to aid with the administrative duties of a proper purchasing department.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bridget Hosky. As she read in the record from the Finance Department regarding the unfunded staffing, requested 2 immediate additional finance staff in the Finance Department. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruno. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Moves.
We are holding Communication C and Communication G. J.
No.
Jay.
Jay, we're holding. We passed the waiver one. Communication G.
Listen, this is a mess. Is that it? Listen, there's a lot going on.
No, I think it's
G. G? J.
G.
J is help.
J is help.
I'm
G,
holding
we're-
J, so I'm
we're on
looking for
G
G.
next.
Listen. Okay. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the bid waiver for the purchasing consultant as in RFQ. Reports of the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the attached bid waiver until June 30th of 2022 for the purchasing consultant as an RFQ was published with response.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. From the Finance Department regarding the bid waiver for the purchasing consultant to end in June 30th, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Colleen? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
And then, do I have to do the Honorable City Council and read all of that, or can I just say what my motion was? Or should I?
I think you should.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds
and then
great.
Say what your motion is.
Got it. I'll read off of this one. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred, we weren't referred the matter, so I'm not really sure what to say. Reports that the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider allowing the mayor to put out
RFP.
an RFP for a A&E, a fund manager, and hiring of a lawyer, and spend up to $300,000. It was the unanimous opinion of the committee that the motion be presented and then resolved.
No resolve.
No resolve.
Right, we just
Sounds
need a
good.
second.
Just need a second.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mitch? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes. She done?
And we're done with the finance committee, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bridget Oski. Now we go to communication A. No.
Oh, all right, we skipped over you.
Gary.
Yeah, communication A, I believe we're holding until we have a representative from the police department. Not giving us
Yeah, there's no resolution on that.
no resolution on it, correct.
The 215 Jeffrey.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Streets and Squares, to whom was referred the matter of the Commissioner Tom McCarthy regarding streetlights on 215 Jeffrey Street, reports that the committee met on the 14th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the addition of the 4-foot bracket with shield to prevent light pollution into the apartments.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. As read in the record, Tom McCarthy, the Commissioner of Public Works, regarding a street light on 215 Jaffrey Street to install a 4-foot bracket with the shield to prevent any light pollution at 215 Jaffrey Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilwoman Hinton.
Yeah, so the UI won't move forward unless I get this in writing. I don't know how that happens. Like, what would I need to present to them to let them know that this passed?
So you guys approve the resolution?
Yeah.
Stacy signs it, gives it over to you.
Thank you. You got
Any
me.
other discussion?
End of discussion with me.
That's the first streets and squares, right?
Yeah, and I'm all set with streets and
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. What are we on? Where are we at? I gotta see what I'm on. Adoption of any ordinances that previous presented? No. Council liaison reports? New business? Councilman Hosky? What are you waving at?
Oh, I remember, it's on my phone. Did you have
What, I
something
do
you
something
wanted to
wrong?
say?
Yeah, just quick, under new business, if you could also schedule a public hearing for the sale of 447 First Avenue. That's what we used to refer to as the clubhouse. That's that little building that we've owned.
Can you just repeat the address?
447 First Avenue.
Thank you.
It's a building that the city's owned since 1999, and a lot of starts and stops, but we have a buyer, $25,000. It's the best offer we've had in 10 years. And I'm hoping we just give him a deed and walk away. So if you could schedule that at your next hearing date, we might be able to do the deal the same meeting.
6:50?
Yeah.
Going? Am I going? Oh, okay, great. I have a few things. I'd like to send another formal request to Mayor Rossi asking for the council to receive the suggestions that were submitted for the ARPA plan, that the residents went online and submitted all those suggestions. I'd like, once again, to request that we be able to see that. I also sent a request to find out the live streaming of the meetings. I sent an email inquiring what the cost of that is and what we're doing once the governor's executive order is done. Is, you know, are we going to make it so that we can just do it ourselves? I've gotten no response. It's week, let's see, oh, what's today's date? Oh, it's been 2 weeks. Hold on. So, oh, this is another really, really good one that I've been completely ignored on. This was on January 24th that I sent this request, that I want to please provide me a report of departments, employee names redacted, hours and overtime paid for FY '22 fiscal year. I also want to know the total hours for employees that do not sign out for lunch but work a full day. I'm trying to obtain an understanding of how often we allow this and the cost to the city. It appears some departments are well over their OT allotment. I've been told that it is a common practice. So I've waited 3 weeks. Hold on, there's more, because, wait. That might, I'm missing the other one.
Yeah.
That might be it for now. I don't
Sure.
remember what the other one was. Sorry, I had it down, but it's not here.
Anybody else got any new business? Colleen?
I do. I got a couple of phone calls on Saturday because of Johnny Ziada's passing. Quite a few people in the city really want to honor him. They want to name something after him, and I thought it would be a wonderful gesture if we could, the corner where the bar is, the corner of Campbell and Court, if we could rename that corner Z's Corner, or, you know, Johnny Ziada Corner. We could come up with the name later, but while it was still fresh in our minds, I wanted to bring it forward right now so that we could start the process on doing this. Does anyone have any questions or discussion?
Oh, no, my bad.
Oh.
Oh, I do. I was thinking the same thing, that Johnny's, these corner would just go with. Quarter Cafe is right there, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think it's in the mayor's purview to do that, but I think a vote of the council asking that we recommend that you look into that and potentially, you know, rename that corner in memory of Johnny Ziada, I think is a great tribute. And I think maybe we should actually do it in the form of a motion. Councilwoman O'Connor, if you want to do that.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we rename the corner of Campbell and Court, that the mayor should rename the corner of Campbell and Court after Johnny Ziotto.
Motion.
Do I hear a second? Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's passed. Thank you.
I remembered. So I also, so in regards to the filming, I want to understand, how the breakout of the costs are. Like who, when we, hire the gentleman to do the filming, how that is being paid. Because I understand that he is filming the ARPA committee, and how is that being paid? Because if that is coming from ARPA funds, then that is breaking the resolution that we passed months ago to say that no money is to be spent without the direct permission of this committee, of this council. So we need to figure that out, because I asked, but I'm being ignored. And I also would like to know that the security guard that stops us at the door every time we walk in, how is that being paid for? Is that coming out of ARPA funds? We know it ain't coming out of the CARES Act funds, because that's gone. All gone. It's overdraft. So, how's that being paid for? Like, because, again, I've asked, and I'm being ignored. So now,
Anybody,
that is all.
you done?
Thank you,
Anybody else in new
Chairman.
business? I got a few things on the new business. The chairman's going to appoint himself as the ARPA committee liaison. Also, the chairman is going to appoint the council members to the redistricting committee. And they will be Councilwoman Bridget Hosky, Councilwoman Sarah Acabella, Councilman Robert Bruno, Councilwoman Melly,
Garthwaite.
I'm sorry, Brent Wade, and Councilwoman Robin Hamilton is the chair. Okay. Now we're going to go into executive session. I need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
My stomach is.
Raymond texted me that they ordered pizza and then ate the pieces they saved for the night.
I asked Mel if she wanted to get pizza, she said no.
Ready? Go ahead.
We get to keep the things he handed us though, right? Oh, this goes to Stacy. Yep.
Make a motion
Stacy.
to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right. Back into regular session at 11:40. And Public Lands Committee, Councilman Gary Donovan is the chair. Take this.
We're gonna, I gotta do this whole thing again, right?
Just say it.
We're gonna hold communication E.
Your session is, your public plans is in session at,
Oh, you gotta do that, right?
yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay.
It is a little late.
Just to say that the committee is in session again.
All right, the time is 11:37. The Committee on Public Lands is in session. Members present are, I'll get them.
There it is.
There we go. Members are Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilman Quagliani, Councilman Bruno, Councilwoman Hamilton. Communication E, we are holding until we get some more information, and then also communication A from January 24th. We're holding. Yes, we're holding both. And your Committee on Public Lands is closed. It is 11:38.
Motion to
Thank you.
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, my gosh.
So moved. Peter, can you hand this to Stacy, please?